Chapter 16 of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to Arcturus. Chapter 16 Leehallfae. At midnight, when Tyrgeld was in the south, throwing his shadow straight toward the sea and making everything nearly as bright as day, he saw a great tree floating in the water, not far out. It was 30 feet out of the water, upright and alive, and its roots must have been enormously deep and wide. It was drifting along the coast, through the heavy seas. Muspel eyed it incuriously for a few minutes. Then it dawned on him that it might be a good thing to investigate its nature. Without stopping to weigh the danger, he immediately swam out, caught hold of the lowest branch, and swung himself up. He looked aloft and saw that the main stem was thick to the very top, terminating in a knob that somewhat resembled a human head. He made his way toward this knob through the multitude of boughs, which were covered with tough, slippery marine leaves, like seaweed. Arriving at the crown, he found that it actually was a sort of head, for there were membranes like rudimentary eyes all the way around it, denoting some form of low intelligence. At that moment the tree touched bottom, though some way from the shore, and began to bump heavily. To steady himself, Muspel put his hand out, and in doing so accidentally covered some of the membranes. The tree sheared off the land as if by an act of will. When it was steady again, Muspel removed his hand. They at once drifted back to shore. He thought a bit, and then started experimenting with the eye-like membranes. It was as he had guessed. These eyes were stimulated by the light of the moon, and whichever way the light came from, the tree would travel. A rather defiant smile crossed Muspel's face as it struck him that it might be possible to navigate this huge plant animal as far as Matterplay. He lost no time in putting the conception into execution. Tearing off some of the long, tough leaves, he bound up all the membranes except the ones that faced the north. The tree instantly left the island and definitely put out to sea. It traveled due north. It was not moving at more than a mile an hour, however, while Matterplay was possibly 40 miles distant. The great spout waves fell against the trunk with mighty thuds. The breaking seas hissed through the lower branches. Muspel rested high and dry, but was more than a little apprehensive about their slow rate of progress. Presently he sighted a current racing along toward the northwest that put another idea into his head. He began to jungle with the membranes again, and before long had succeeded in piloting his tree into the fast-running stream. As soon as they were fairly in its rapids, he blinded the crown entirely, and thenceforward the current acted in the double capacity of road and steed. Muspel made himself secure among the branches and slept for the remainder of the night. When his eyes opened again, the island was out of sight. Tyrgeld was setting in the western sea. The sky in the east was bright with the colors of the approaching day. The air was cool and fresh. The light over the sea was beautiful, gleaming, and mysterious. Land, probably Matterplay, lay ahead, a long, dark line of low cliffs, perhaps a mile away. The current no longer ran toward the shore, but began to skirt the coast without drawing any closer to it. As soon as Muspel realized the fact, he maneuvered the tree out of its channel and started drifting it inshore. The eastern sky blazed up suddenly with violent eyes, and the outer rim of branch spell lifted itself above the sea. The moon had already sunk. The shore loomed nearer and nearer. In physical character it was like Swaylone's Island, the same wide sands, small cliffs, and rounded, insignificant hills inland, without vegetation. In the early morning sunlight, however, it looked romantic. Muspel, hollow-eyed and morose, cared nothing for all that, but the moment the tree grounded, clambered swiftly down through the branches and dropped into the sea. By the time he had swam ashore, the white, stupendous sun was high above the horizon. He walked along the sands toward the east for a considerable distance, without having any special intention in his mind. He thought he would go on until he came to some creek or valley, and then turn up it. The sun's rays were cheering, and began to relieve him of his oppressive night weight. After strolling along the beach for about a mile, he was stopped by a broad stream that followed into the sea out of a kind of natural gateway in the line of cliffs. Its water was of a beautiful limpid green, all filled with bubbles. So ice-cold, aerated, and enticing did it look that he flung himself face downward on the ground and took a prolonged draught. When he got up again, his eyes started to play pranks. They became alternately blurred and clear. It may have been pure imagination, but he fancied that Digrung was moving inside him. He followed the bank of the stream through the gap in the cliffs, and then, for the first time, he saw the real matter play. A valley appeared, like a jewel enveloped by naked rock. All the hill country was bare and lifeless, but this valley lying in the heart of it was extremely fertile. He had never seen such fertility. It wound up among the hills, and all that he was looking at was its broad lower end. The floor of the valley was about half a mile wide. The stream that ran down its middle was nearly 100 feet across, but was exceedingly shallow. In most places, not more than a few inches deep. The sides of the valley were about 70 feet high, but very sloping. They were clothed from top to bottom with little bright-leaved trees, not of varied tints of one color, like earth trees, but of widely diverse colors, most of which were brilliant and positive. The floor itself was like a magician's garden. Densely interwoven trees, shrubs, and parasitical climbers fought everywhere for possession of it. The forms were strange and grotesque, and each one seemed different. The colors of leaf, flower, sexual organs, and stem were equally peculiar. All the different combinations of the 5 primary colors of torments seemed to be represented, and the result, for Muspel, was a sort of eye chaos. So rank was the vegetation that he could not fight his way through it. He was obliged to take to the riverbed. The contact of the water created an odd tingling sensation throughout his body, like a mild electric shock. There were no birds, but a few extraordinary-looking winged reptiles of small size kept crossing the valley from hill to hill. Swarms of flying insects clustered around him, threatening mischief, but in the end it turned out that his blood was disagreeable to them, for he was not bitten once. Repulsive, crawling creatures resembling centipedes, scorpions, snakes, and so forth were in myriads on the banks of the stream, but they also made no attempt to use their weapons on his bare legs and feet as he passed through them into the water. Presently, however, he was confronted in midstream by a hideous monster, of the size of a pony, but resembling in shape, if it resembled anything, a sea crustacean. And then he came to a halt. They stared at one another, the beast with wicked eyes, Muspel with cool and wary ones. While he was staring, a singular thing happened to him. His eyes blurred again, and when in a minute or two this blurring passed away, he saw clearly once more. His vision had changed in character. He was looking right through the animal's body and could distinguish all its interior parts. The outer crust, however, and all the hard tissues were misty and semi-transparent. Through them a luminous network of blood-red veins and arteries stood out in startling distinctness. The hard parts faded away to nothingness, and the blood system alone was left. Not even the fleshy ducts remained. The naked blood alone was visible, flowing this way and that like a fiery, liquid skeleton in the shape of the monster. Then his blood began to change too. Instead of a continuous liquid stream, Maskell perceived that it was composed of 1,000,000 individual points. The red color had been an illusion caused by the rapid motion of the points. He now saw clearly that they resembled minute suns in their scintillating brightness. They seemed like a double drift of stars streaming through space. One drift was traveling toward a fixed point in the center, while the other was moving away from it. He recognized the former as the veins of the beast, the latter as the arteries, and the fixed point as the heart. While he was still looking, lost in amazement, the starry network went out suddenly, like an extinguished flame. Where the crustacean had stood, there was nothing. Yet through this nothing he could not see the landscape. Something was standing there that intercepted the light, though it possessed neither shape, color, nor substance. And now the object, which could no longer be perceived by vision, began to be felt like emotion, a delightful, spring-like sense of rising sap, of quickening pulses of love, adventure, mystery, beauty, femininity, took possession of his being, and strangely enough he identified it with the monster. Why that invisible brute should cause him to feel young, sexual, and audacious, he did not ask himself, for he was fully occupied with the effect. But it was as if flesh, bones, and blood had been discarded, and he were face to face with naked life itself, which slowly passed into his own body. The sensations died away. There was a brief interval, and then the streaming, star-like skeleton rose up again out of space. It changed to the red blood system. The hard parts of the body reappeared, with more and more distinctness, and at the same time the network of blood grew fainter. Presently the interior parts were entirely concealed by the crust. The creature stood opposite Maskell in its old formidable ugliness, hard, painted, and concrete. Disliking something about him, the crustacean turned aside, and stumbled awkwardly away on its 6 legs, with laborious and repulsive movements toward the other bank of the stream. Maskell's apathy left him after this adventure. He became uneasy and thoughtful. He imagined that he was beginning to see things through Digrung's eyes, and that there were strange troubles immediately ahead. The next time his eyes started to blur, he fought it down with his will, and nothing happened. The valley ascended with many windings toward the hills. It narrowed considerably, and the wooded slopes on either side grew steeper and higher. The stream shrunk to about 20 feet across, but it was deeper. It was alive with motion, music, and bubbles. The electric sensations caused by its water became more pronounced, almost disagreeably so, but there was nowhere else to walk. With its deafening confusion of sounds from the multitude of living creatures, the little valley resembled a vast conversation hall of nature. The life was still more prolific than before. Every square foot of space was a tangle of struggling wills, both animal and vegetable. For a naturalist, it would have been paradise, for no two shapes were alike, and all were fantastic, with no individual character. It looked as if life forms were being coined so fast by nature that there was not physical room for all. Nevertheless, it was not as on earth, where 100 seeds are scattered in order that one may be sown. Here the young forms seemed to survive, while to find accommodation for them the old ones perished. Everywhere he looked they were withering and dying, without any ostensible cause. They were simply being killed by new life. Other creatures sported so wildly, in front of his very eyes, that they became of different kingdoms altogether. For example, a fruit was lying on the ground, of the size and shape of a lemon, but with a tougher skin. He picked it up, intending to eat the contained pulp, but inside it was a fully formed young tree, just on the point of bursting its shell. Maskell threw it away upstream. It floated back toward him. By the time he was even with it, its downward motion had stopped, and it was swimming against the current. He fished it out and discovered that it had sprouted 6 rudimentary legs. Maskell sang no paeans of praise in honor of the gloriously overcrowded valley. On the contrary, he felt deeply cynical and depressed. He thought that the unseen power, whether it was called nature, life, will, or God, that was so frantic to rush forward and occupy this small, vulgar, contemptible world, could not possess very high aims and was not worth much. How this sordid struggle for an hour or two of physical existence could ever be regarded as a deeply earnest and important business was beyond his comprehension. The atmosphere choked him. He longed for air and space. Thrusting his way through to the side of the ravine, he began to climb the overhanging cliff, swinging his way up from tree to tree. When he arrived at the top, Brandspell beat down on him with such brutal, white intensity that he saw that there was no staying there. He looked around, to ascertain what part of the country he had come to. He had traveled about 10 miles from the sea as the crow flies. The bare, undulating wolds sloped straight down toward it. The water glittered in the distance, and on the horizon he was just able to make out Swalone's Island. Looking north, the land continued sloping upward as far as he could see. Over the crest, that is to say, some miles away, a line of black, fantastic-shaped rocks of quite another character showed themselves. This was probably Thriel. Behind these again, against the sky, perhaps 50 or even 100 miles off, were the peaks of Lichstorm, most of them covered with greenish snow that glittered in the sunlight. They were stupendously high and of weird contours. Most of them were conical to the top, but from the top great masses of mountain balanced themselves at what looked like impossible angles, overhanging without apparent support. A land like that promised something new, he thought. Extraordinary inhabitants. The idea took shape in his mind to go there, and to travel as swiftly as possible. It might even be feasible to get there before sunset. It was less the mountains themselves that attracted him than the country which lay beyond, the prospect of setting eyes on the blue sun, which he judged to be the wonder of wonders in Tormance. The direct route was over the hills, but that was out of the question, because of the killing heat and the absence of shade. He guessed, however, that the valley would not take him far out of his way, and decided to keep to that for the time being, much as he hated and feared it. Into the hotbed of life, therefore, he once more swung himself. Once down, he continued to follow the windings of the valley for several miles through sunlight and shadow. The path became increasingly difficult. The cliffs closed in on either side until they were less than 100 yards apart, while the bed of the ravine was blocked by boulders, great and small, so that the little stream, which was now diminished to the proportions of a brook, had to come down where and how it could. The forms of life grew stranger. Pure plants and pure animals disappeared by degrees, and their place was filled by singular creatures that seemed to partake of both characters. They had limbs, faces, will, and intelligence, but they remained for the greater part of their time rooted in the ground by preference, and they fed only on soil and air. Maskell saw no sexual organs and failed to understand how the young came into existence. Then he witnessed an astonishing sight. A large and fully developed plant animal appeared suddenly in front of him, out of empty space. He could not believe his eyes, but stared at the creature for a long time in amazement. It went on calmly moving and burrowing before him, as though it had been there all its life. Giving up the puzzle, Maskell resumed his striding from rock to rock up the gorge, and then, quietly and without warning, the same phenomenon occurred again. No longer could he doubt that he was seeing miracles, that nature was precipitating its shapes into the world without making use of the medium of parentage. No solution of the problem presented itself. The brook, too, had altered in character. A trembling radiance came up from its green water, like some imprisoned force escaping into the air. He had not walked in it for some time. Now he did so, to test its quality. He felt new life entering his body, from his feet upward. It resembled a slowly moving cordial, rather than mere heat. The sensation was quite new in his experience, yet he knew by instinct what it was. The energy emitted by the brook was ascending his body neither as friend nor foe, but simply because it happened to be the direct road to its objective elsewhere. But although it had no hostile intentions, it was likely to prove a rough traveler. He was clearly conscious that his passage through his body threatened to bring out some physical transformation, unless he could do something to prevent it. Leaping quickly out of the water, he leaned against a rock, tightened his muscles, and braced himself against the impending charge. At that very moment, the blurring again attacked his sight, and while he was guarding against that, his forehead sprouted out into a galaxy of new eyes. He put his hand up and counted 6, in addition to his old ones. The danger was past, and Maskell laughed, congratulating himself on having got off so easily. Then he wondered what the new organs were for, whether they were a good or a bad thing. He had not taken a dozen steps up the ravine before he found out. Just as he was in the act of jumping down from the top of a boulder, his vision altered, and he came to an automatic standstill. He was perceiving 2 worlds simultaneously. With his own eyes, he saw the gorge as before, with its rocks, brook, plant animals, sunshine, and shadows. But with his acquired eyes, he saw differently. All the details of the valley were visible, but the light seemed turned down, and everything appeared faint, hard, and uncolored. The sun was obscured by masses of cloud which filled the whole sky. This vapor was in violent and almost living motion. It was thick in extension, but thin in texture. Some parts, however, were far denser than others, as the particles were crushed together or swept apart by the motion. The green sparks from the brook, when closely watched, could be distinguished individually, each one wavering up toward the clouds, but the moment they got within them, a fearful struggle seemed to begin. The spark endeavored to escape through to the upper air, while the clouds concentrated around it whichever way it darted, trying to create so dense a prison that further movement would be impossible. As far as Maskell could detect, most of the sparks succeeded eventually in finding their way out after frantic efforts, but one that he was looking at was caught, and what happened was this. A complete ring of cloud surrounded it, and, in spite of its furious leaps and flashes in all directions, as if it were a live, savage creature caught in a net, nowhere could it find an opening, but it dragged the enveloping cloud stuff with it, wherever it went. The vapors continued to thicken around it, until they resembled the black, heavy, compressed sky masses seen before a bad thunderstorm. Then the green spark, which was still visible in the interior, ceased its efforts, and remained for a time quite quiescent. The cloud shape went on consolidating itself and became nearly spherical. As it grew heavier and stiller, it started slowly to descend toward the valley floor. When it was directly opposite Maskell, with its lower end only a few feet off the ground, its motion stopped altogether, and there was a complete pause for at least 2 minutes. Suddenly, like a stab of forked lightning, the great cloud shot together, became small, indented, and colored, and, as a plant animal, started walking around on legs and rooting up the ground in search of food. The concluding stage of the phenomenon he witnessed with his normal eyesight. It showed him the creatures appearing miraculously out of nowhere. Maskell was shaken. His cynicism dropped from him, and he gave place to curiosity and awe. That was exactly like the birth of a thought, he said to himself. But who was the thinker? Some great living mind is at work in this spot. He has intelligence, for all his shapes are different, and he has character, for all belong to the same general type. If I'm not wrong, and if it's the force called shaping or crystalman, I've seen enough to make me want to find out something more about him. It would be ridiculous to go on to other riddles before I've solved these. A voice called out to him from behind, and, turning around, he saw a human figure hastening toward him from some distance down the ravine. It looked more like a man than a woman, but was rather tall, but nimble, and was clothed in a dark, frock-like garment that reached from neck to below the knees. Around his head was rolled a turban. Maskell waited for him, and when he was nearer went a little way to meet him. Then he experienced another surprise, for this person, although clearly a human being, was neither man nor woman, nor anything between the two, but was unmistakably of a third positive sex, which was remarkable to behold and difficult to understand. In order to translate into words the sexual impression produced in Maskell's mind by the stranger's physical aspect, it is necessary to coin a new pronoun, for none in earthly use would be applicable. Instead of he, she, or it, therefore a will be used. He found himself incapable of grasping at first why the bodily peculiarities of this being should strike him as springing from sex, and not from race, and yet there was no doubt about the fact itself. Body, face, and eyes were absolutely neither male nor female, but something quite different. Just as one can distinguish a man from a woman at the first glance by some indefinable difference of expression and atmospheres altogether apart from the contour of the figure, so the stranger was separated in appearance from both. As with men and women, the whole person expressed a latent sensuality, which gave body and face alike their peculiar character. Maskell decided that it was love. But what love? Love for whom? It was neither the shame-carrying passion of a male, nor the deep-rooted instinct of a female to obey her destiny. It was as real and irresistible as these, but quite different. As he continued staring into those strange, archaic eyes, he had an intuitive feeling that her lover was no other than Shaping himself. It came to him that the design of this love was not the continuance of the race, but the immortality on earth of the individual. No children were produced by the act. The lover ere self was the eternal child. Further, A sought like a man, but received like a woman. All these things were dimly and confusedly expressed by this extraordinary being, who seemed to have dropped out of another age, when creation was different. Of all the weird personalities Maskell had so far met in Tormance, this one struck him as infinitely the most foreign, that is, the farthest removed from him in spiritual structure. If they were to live together for 100 years, they could never be companions. Maskell pulled himself out of his trance-like meditations, and, viewing the newcomer in greater detail, tried with his understanding to account for the marvelous things told him by his intuitions. A possessed broad shoulders and big bones, and was without female breasts, and so far A resembled a man. But the bones were so flat and angular that ere flesh presented something of the character of a crystal, having plain surfaces in place of curves. The body looked as if it had not been ground down by the sea of ages into smooth and rounded regularity, but had sprung together in angles and facets as the result of a single, sudden idea. The face, too, was broken and irregular. With his racial prejudices, Maskell found little beauty in it, yet beauty there was, though neither of a masculine nor of a feminine type, for it had the three essentials of beauty: character, intelligence, and repose. The skin was copper-colored, and strangely luminous, as if lighted from within. The face was beardless, but the hair of the head was as long as a woman's, and dressed in a single plait, fell down behind as far as the ankles. A possessed only 2 eyes. That part of the turban which went across the forehead protruded so far in front that it evidently concealed some organ. Maskell found it impossible to compute their age. The frame appeared active, vigorous, and healthy. The skin was clear and glowing. The eyes were powerful and alert. A might have been in early youth. Nevertheless, the longer Maskell gazed, the more an impression of unbelievable ancientness came upon him. Ere real youth seemed as far away as the view observed through a reversed telescope. At last he addressed the stranger, though it was just as if he were conversing with a dream. "To what sex do you belong?" he asked. The voice in which the reply came was neither manly nor womanly, but was oddly suggestive of a mystical forest horn, heard from a great distance. "Nowadays there are men and women, but in the olden times the world was peopled by Fanes. I think I am the only survivor of all those beings who were then passing through Fascine's mind." Fascine? Who is now miscalled Shaping or Crystalman, the superficial names invented by a race of superficial creatures. What's your own name? Leehallfae. What? Leehallfae. And yours is Maskell. I read it in your mind that you have just come through some wonderful adventures. You seem to possess extraordinary luck. If it lasts long enough, perhaps I can make use of it. Do you think that my luck exists for your benefit? But never mind that now. It is your sex that interests me. How do you satisfy your desires? Leehallfae pointed to the concealed organ on Eyre brow. With that, I gather life from the streams that flow in all the 100 Matterplay valleys. The streams spring direct from Fascine. My whole life has been spent trying to find Fascine himself. I've hunted so long that if I were to state the number of years, you would believe I lied. Maskell looked at the Phaean slowly. In Ifdawn, I met someone else from Matterplay, a young man called Digrung. I absorbed him. You can't be telling me this out of vanity. It was a fearful crime. What will come of it? Leehallfae gave a curious, wrinkled smile. In Matterplay, he will stir inside you, for he smells the air. Already you have his eyes. I knew him. Take care of yourself, or something more startling may happen. Keep out of the water. This seems to me a terrible valley, in which anything may happen. Don't torment yourself about Digrung. The valleys belong by right to the Phaeans. The men here are interlopers. It is a good work to remove them. Maskell continued thoughtful. I say no more, but I see I will have to be cautious. What do you mean about my helping you with my luck? Your luck is fast weakening, but it may still be strong enough to serve me. Together we will search for Thrill. Search for Thrill? Why, is it so hard to find? I have told you that my whole life has been spent in the quest. You said Fascine, Leehallfae. The Phaean gazed at him with queer, ancient eyes, and smiled again. This stream, Maskell, like every other life stream in Matterplay, has its source in Fascine. But as all these streams issue from Thrill, it is in Thriel that we must look for Fascinae." "But what's to prevent you from finding Thriel? Surely it's a well-known country." "It lies underground. Its communications with the upper world are few, and where they are, no one that I have ever spoken to knows. I have scoured the valleys and the hills. I have been to the very gates of Lichstorm. I am old, so that your aged men would appear new-born infants beside me, but I am as far from Thriel as when I was a green youth, dwelling among a throng of fellow Phaeans." "Then, if my luck is good, yours is very bad. But when you have found Fascinae, what do you gain?" Leehallfae looked at him in silence. The smile faded from Air's face, and in its place was taken by such a look of unearthly pain and sorrow that Muspel had no need to press his question. A was consumed by the grief and yearning of a lover eternally separated from the loved one, the sense and traces of whose person were always present. The passion stamped her features at that moment with a wild, stern, spiritual beauty, far transcending any beauty of woman or man. But the expression vanished suddenly, and then the abrupt contrast showed Muspel the real Leehallfae. Air's sensuality was solitary, but vulgar. It was like the heroism of a lonely nature, pursuing animal aims with untiring persistence. He looked at the Phaean askance, and drummed his fingers against his thigh. "Well, we will go together. We may find something, and in any case I shan't be sorry to converse with such a singular individual as yourself." "But I should warn you, Muspel. You and I are of different creations. A Phaean's body contains the whole of life. A man's body contains only the half of life. The other half is in woman. Fascinae may be too strong a draught for your body to endure. Do you not feel this?" "I am dull with my different feelings. I must take what precautions I can, and chance the rest." He bent down, and, taking hold of the Phaean's thin and ragged robe, tore off a broad strip, which he proceeded to swathe in folds around his forehead. "I am not forgetting your advice, Leehallfae. I would not like to start the walk as Muspel and finishing it as Digrung." The Phaean gave a twisted grin, and they began to move upstream. The road was difficult. They had to stride from boulder to boulder, and found it warm work. Occasionally a worse obstacle presented itself, which they could surmount only by climbing. There was no more conversation for a long time. Muspel, as far as possible, adopted his companion's counsel to avoid the water, but here and there he was forced to set foot in it. The second or third time he did so, he felt a sudden agony in his arm, where it had been wounded by Crag. His eyes grew joyful, his fears vanished, and he began deliberately to tread the stream. Leehallfae stroked Air's chin and watched him with screwed-up eyes, trying to comprehend what had happened. "Is your luck speaking to you, Muspel, or what is the matter?" "Listen. You are a being of antique experience, and ought to know if anyone does. What is Muspel?" The Phaean's face was blank. "I don't know the name." "It is another world of some sort." "That cannot be. There is only this one world, Fascinae's." Muspel came up to Air, linked arms, and began to talk. "I'm glad I fell in with you, Leehallfae, for this valley and everything connected with it need a lot of explaining. For example, in this spot there are hardly any organic forms left. Why have they all disappeared? You call this brook a life stream, yet the nearer its source we get, the less life it produces. A mile or two lower down we had those spontaneous plant animals appearing out of nowhere, while right down by the sea, plants and animals were tumbling over one another. Now, if all this is connected in some mysterious way or other with your Fascinae, it seems to me he must have a most paradoxical nature. His essence doesn't start creating shapes until it has become thoroughly weakened and watered. But perhaps both of us are talking nonsense. Leehallfae shook her head. Everything hangs together. The stream is life, and it is throwing off sparks of life all the time. When these sparks are caught and imprisoned by matter, they become living shapes. The nearer the stream is to its source, the more terrible and vigorous is its life. You'll see for yourself when we reach the head of the valley that there are no living shapes there at all. That means that there is no kind of matter tough enough to capture and hold the terrible sparks that are to be found there. Lower down the stream, most of the sparks are vigorous enough to escape to the upper air, but some are held when they are a little way up, and these burst suddenly into shapes. I myself am of this nature. Lower down still, toward the sea, the stream has lost a great part of its vital power, and the sparks are lazy and sluggish. They spread out rather than rise into the air. There is hardly any kind of matter, however delicate, that is incapable of capturing these feeble sparks, and they are captured in multitudes. That accounts for the innumerable living shapes you see there. But not only that, the sparks are passed from one body to another by way of generation, and can never hope to cease being so until they are worn out by decay. Lowest of all, you have the sinking sea itself. There the degenerate and enfeebled life of the matter-play streams has for its body the whole sea. So weak is its power that it can't succeed in creating any shapes at all, but you can see its ceaseless, futile attempts to do so in those spouts. So the slow development of men and women is due to the feebleness of the life germ in their case? Exactly. It can't attain all its desires at once. And now you can see how immeasurably superior are the Phaeans, who spring spontaneously from the more electric and vigorous sparks. But where does the matter come from that imprisons these sparks? When life dies, it becomes matter. Matter itself dies, but its place is constantly taken by new matter. But if life comes from Fascinae, how can it die at all? Life is the thoughts of Fascinae, and once these thoughts have left his brain, they are nothing, mere dying embers. This is a cheerless philosophy, said Muspel. But who is Fascinae himself, then, and why does he think at all? Leehallfae gave another wrinkled smile. That I'll explain too. Fascinae is of this nature. He faces nothingness in all directions. He has no back and no sides, but is all face, and this face is his shape. It must necessarily be so, for nothing else can exist between him and nothingness. His face is all eyes, for he eternally contemplates nothingness. He draws his inspirations from it. In no other way could he feel himself. For the same reason, Phaeans and even men love to be in empty places and vast solitudes, for each one is a little Fascinae. That rings true, said Muspel. Thoughts flow perpetually from Fascinae's face backward. Since his face is on all sides, however, they flow into his interior. A draught of thought thus continuously flows from nothingness to the inside of Fascinae, which is the world. The thoughts become shapes and people the world. His outer world, therefore, which is lying all around us, is not outside at all, as it happens, but inside. The visible universe is like a gigantic stomach, and the real outside of the world we shall never see. Maskell pondered deeply for a while. Leehallfae, I fail to see what you personally have to hope for, since you are nothing more than a discarded, dying thought. Have you never loved a woman? Asked the Phaean, regarding him fixedly. Perhaps I have. When you loved, did you have no high moments? That's asking the same question in other words. In those moments you were approaching Phasane. If you could have drawn nearer still, would you have not done so? I would, regardless of the consequences. Even if you personally had nothing to hope for? But I would have that to hope for. Leehallfae walked on in silence. A man is the half of life, A broke out suddenly. A woman is the other half of life, but a Phaean is the whole of life. Moreover, when life becomes split into halves, something else has dropped out of it, something that belongs only to the whole. Between your love and mine there is no comparison. Even if your sluggish blood is drawn to Phasane, without stopping to ask what will come of it, how do you suppose it is with me? I don't question the genuineness of your passion, replied Maskell. But it's a pity you can't see your way to carry it forward into the next world. Leehallfae gave a distorted grin, expressing heaven knows what emotion. Men think what they like, but Phaeans are so made that they can see the world only as it really is. That ended the conversation. The sun was high in the sky, and they appeared to be approaching the head of the ravine. Its walls had still further closed in, and except at those moments when Branchspell was directly behind them, they strode along all the time in deep shade. But still it was disagreeably hot and relaxing. All life had ceased. A beautiful, fantastic spectacle was presented by the cliff faces, the rocky ground, and the boulders that choked the entire width of the gorge. They were a snow-white crystalline limestone, heavily scored by veins of bright, gleaming blue. The rivulet was no longer green, but a clear, transparent crystal. Its noise was musical, and altogether it looked most romantic and charming. But Leehallfae seemed to find something else in it. Their features grew more and more set and tortured. About half an hour after all the other life forms had vanished, another plant animal was precipitated out of space in front of their eyes. It was as tall as Maskell himself, and had a brilliant and vigorous appearance, as befitted a creature just out of nature's mint. It started to walk about, but hardly had it done so when it burst silently asunder. Nothing remained of it. The whole body disappeared instantaneously into the same invisible mist from which it had sprung. "That bears out what you said," commented Maskell, turning rather pale. "Yes," answered Leehallfae. "We have now come to the region of terrible life." "Then, since you're right in this, I must believe all that you've been telling me." As he uttered the words, they were just turning a bend of the ravine. There now loomed up straight ahead a perpendicular cliff about 300 feet in height, composed of white, marbled rock. It was the head of the valley, and beyond it they could not proceed. "In return for my wisdom," said the Phaean, "you will now lend me your luck." They walked up to the base of the cliff, and Maskell looked at it reflectively. It was possible to climb it, but the ascent would be difficult. The now tiny brook issued from a hole in the rock only a few feet up. Apart from its musical running, not a sound was to be heard. The floor of the gorge was in shadow, but about halfway up the precipice the sun was shining. "What do you want me to do?" demanded Maskell. "Everything is now in your hands, and I have no suggestions to make. Now it's your luck that must help us." Maskell continued gazing up a little while longer. "We had better wait till the afternoon, Leehallfae. I'll probably have to climb to the top, but it's too hot at present, and besides, I'm tired. I'll snatch a few hours' sleep. After that, we'll see." Leehallfae seemed annoyed, but raised no opposition. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to Arcturus. Chapter 17. Corpang. Muspel did not awaken till long after Bloodsomber. Leehallfae was standing by his side, looking down at him. It was doubtful whether A had slept at all. "What time is it?" Muspel asked, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. "The day is passing," was the vague reply. Muspel got onto his feet and gazed up at the cliff. "Now I'm going to climb that. No need for both of us to risk our necks, so you wait here, and if I find anything on top, I'll call you." Leehallfae glanced up at him strangely. "There's nothing up there except a bare hillside. I've been there often. Have you anything special in mind?" "Heights often bring me inspiration. Sit down and wait." Refreshed by his sleep, Muspel immediately attacked the face of the cliff, and took the first 20 feet at a single rush. Then it grew precipitous, and the ascent demanded greater circumspection and intelligence. There were few hand or footholds. He had to reflect before every step. On the other hand, it was sound rock, and he was no novice at the sport. Branchspell glared full on the wall, so that it half blinded him with its glittering whiteness. After many doubts and pauses, he drew near the top. He was hot, sweating copiously, and rather dizzy. To reach a ledge, he caught hold of 2 projecting rocks, one with each hand, at the same time scrambling upward, legs between the rocks. The left-hand rock, which was the larger of the 2, became dislodged by his weight, and flying like a huge dark shadow past his head, crashed down with a terrifying sound to the foot of the precipice, followed by an avalanche of smaller stones. Muspel steadied himself as well as he could, but it was some moments before he dared to look down behind him. At first he could not distinguish Leehallfae. Then he caught sight of his legs and hindquarters a few feet up the cliff from the bottom. He perceived that the Phaean had air head in a cavity, and was scrutinizing something and waited for air to reappear. A emerged, looked up to Muspel, and called out in air horn-like voice, "The entrance is here." "I'm coming down," roared Muspel. "Wait for me." He descended swiftly, without taking too much care, for he thought he recognized his luck in this discovery, and within 20 minutes was standing beside the Phaean. "What happened?" "The rock you dislodged struck this other rock just above the spring. It tore out of its bed. See, now there's room for us to get in." "Don't get excited," said Muspel. "It's a remarkable accident, but we have plenty of time. Let me look." He peered into the hole, which was large enough to admit a big man without stooping. Contrasted with the daylight outside, it was dark, yet a peculiar glow pervaded the place, and he could see well enough. A rock tunnel went straight forward into the bowels of the hill, out of sight. The valley brook did not flow along the floor of this tunnel as he had expected, but came up as a spring just inside the entrance. "Well, Leehallfae, not much need to deliberate, eh? Still, observe that your stream parts company with us here." As he turned around for an answer, he noticed that his companion was trembling from head to foot. "Why, what's the matter?" Leehallfae pressed a hand to Earhart. "The stream leaves us, but what makes the stream what it is continues with us. Fascini is there." "But surely you don't expect to see him in person. Why are you shaking?" "Perhaps it will be too much for me after all." "Why? How is it affecting you?" The Phaean took him by the shoulder and held him at arm's length, endeavoring to study him with unsteady eyes. "Fascini's thoughts are obscure. I am his lover, you are a lover of women, yet he grants to you what he denies to me." "What does he grant to me?" "To see him and go on living. I shall die, but it's immaterial. Tomorrow both of us will be dead." Maskell impatiently shook himself free. "Your sensations may be reliable in your own case, but how do you know I shall die?" "Life is flaming up inside you," replied Leehallfae, shaking Airhead. "But after it has reached its climax, perhaps tonight, it will sink rapidly, and you'll die tomorrow. As for me, if I enter Thriel, I shan't come out again. A smell of death is being wafted to me out of this hole." "You talk like a frightened man. I smell nothing." "I am not frightened," said Leehallfae quietly. A had been gradually recovering air tranquility. "But when one has lived as long as I have, it is a serious matter to die. Every year one puts out new roots." "Decide what you're going to do," said Maskell with a touch of contempt, "for I'm going in at once." The Phaean gave an odd, meditative stare down the ravine, and after that walked into the cavern without another word. Maskell, scratching his head, followed close at heels. The moment they stepped across the bubbling spring, the atmosphere altered. Without becoming stale or unpleasant, it grew cold, clear, and refined, and somehow suggested austere and tomb-like thoughts. The daylight disappeared at the first bend in the tunnel. After that, Maskell could not say where the light came from. The air itself must have been luminous, for though it was as light as full moon on earth, neither he nor Leehallfae cast a shadow. Another peculiarity of the light was that both the walls of the tunnel and their own bodies appeared colorless. Everything was black and white, like a lunar landscape. This intensified the solemn, funereal feelings created by the atmosphere. After they had proceeded for about 10 minutes, the tunnel began to widen out. The roof was high above their heads, and 6 men could have walked side by side. Leehallfae was visibly weakening. A dragged herself along slowly and painfully, with sunken head. Maskell caught hold of Air. "You can't go on like that. Better let me take you back." The Phaean smiled and staggered. "I'm dying." "Don't talk like that. It's only a passing indisposition. Let me take you back to the daylight." "No, help me forward. I wish to see Fascini." "The sick must have their way," said Maskell. Lifting Air bodily in his arms, he walked quickly along for another 100 yards or so. They then emerged from the tunnel and faced a world the parallel of which he had never set eyes upon before. Set me down," directed Leehallfae feebly. "Here I'll die." Maskell obeyed, and laid Air down at full length on the rocky ground. The Phaean raised herself with difficulty on one arm, and stared with fast glazing eyes at the mystic landscape. Maskell looked too, and what he saw was a vast, undulating plain, lighted as if by the moon, but there was of course no moon, and there were no shadows. He made out running streams in the distance. Beside them were trees of a peculiar kind. They were rooted in the ground, but the branches also were aerial roots, and there were no leaves. No other plants could be seen. The soil was soft, porous rock, resembling pumice. Beyond a mile or two in any direction, the light merged into obscurity. At their back, a great rocky wall extended on either hand. But it was not square like a wall, but full of bays and promontories, like an indented line of sea cliffs. The roof of this huge underworld was out of sight. Here and there a mighty shaft of naked rock, fantastically weathered, towered aloft into the gloom, doubtless serving to support the roof. There were no colors. Every detail of the landscape was black, white, or gray. The scene appeared so still, so solemn and religious, that all his feelings quieted down to absolute tranquillity. Leehallfae fell back suddenly. Maskell dropped on his knees and helplessly watched the last flickerings of air spirit, going out like a candle in foul air. Death came. He closed the eyes. The awful grin of Crystalman immediately fastened upon the Fane's dead features. While Maskell was still kneeling, he became conscious of someone standing beside him. He looked up quickly and saw a man, but did not at once rise. "Another Fane dead," said the newcomer in a grave, toneless, and intellectual voice. Maskell got up. The man was short and thick-set, but emaciated. His forehead was not disfigured by any organs. He was middle-aged. The features were energetic and rather coarse, yet it seemed to Maskell as though a pure, hard life had done something toward refining them. His sanguine eyes carried a twisted, puzzled look. Some unanswerable problem was apparently in the forefront of his brain. His face was hairless. The hair of his head was short and manly. His brow was wide. He was clothed in a black, sleeveless robe, and bore a long staff in his hand. There was an air of cleanness and austerity about the whole man that was attractive. He went on speaking dispassionately to Maskell, and while doing so, kept passing his hand reflectively over his cheeks and chin. "They all find their way here to die. They come here for matter play. There they live to an incredible age, partly on that account, and partly because of their spontaneous origin. They regard themselves as the favored children of Fascini. But when they come here to find him, they die at once. I think this one is the last of the race. But whom do I speak to?" "I am Corpang. Who are you, and where do you come from? And what are you doing here?" "My name is Maskell. My home is on the other side of the universe. As for what I am doing here, I accompanied Leehallfae, that Fane, for matter play." "But a man doesn't accompany a Fane out of friendship. What do you want in Thriel?" "Then this is Thriel?" "Yes." Maskell remained silent. Corpang studied his face with rough, curious eyes. "Are you ignorant, or merely reticent, Maskell?" "I came here to ask questions, and not to answer them." The stillness of the place was almost oppressive. Not a breeze stirred, and not a sound came through the air. Their voices had been lowered, as though they were in a cathedral. "Then do you want my society, or not?" asked Corpang. "Yes, if you can fit in with my mood, which is not to talk about myself." "But you must at least tell me where you want to go to." "I want to see what it is to be seen here, then go on to Litstorm." "I can guide you through, if that's all you want. Come, let us start. First, let's do our duty and bury the dead if possible." "Turn around," directed Corpang. Maskell looked around quickly. Leehallfae's body had disappeared. "What does this mean? What has happened?" "The body has returned to whence it came. There was nowhere here for it to be, so it has vanished. No burial will be required." "Was the Fane an illusion, then?" In no sense. Well, explain quickly, then, what has taken place. I seem to be going mad. There's nothing unintelligible in it, if you'll only listen calmly. The Fane belonged, body and soul, to the outside, visible world, to Fascini. This underworld is not Fascini's world, but Thayer's, and Fascini's creatures cannot breathe its atmosphere. And this applies not only to whole bodies, but even to the last particles of bodies the Fane has dissolved into nothingness. But don't you and I belong to the outside world too? We belong to all three worlds. What three worlds? What do you mean? There are three worlds, said Corpang composedly. The first is Fascini's. The second is Amphus's. The third is Thayer's. From him, Thriel gets its name. But this is mere nomenclature. In what sense are there three worlds? Corpang passed his hand over his forehead. All this we can discuss as we go along. It's a torment to me to be standing still. Maskell stared again at the spot where Leehallfae's body had lain, quite bewildered at the extraordinary disappearance. He could scarcely tear himself away from the place, so mysterious was it. Not until Corpang called to him a second time did he make up his mind to follow him. They set off from the rock wall, straight across the airlit plain, directing their course toward the nearest trees. The subdued light, the absence of shadows, the massive shafts, springing grey-white out of the jet-like ground, the fantastic trees, the absence of a sky, the deathly silence, the knowledge that he was underground. The combination of all these things predisposed Maskell's mind to mysticism, and he prepared himself with some anxiety to hear Corpang's explanation of the land and its wonders. He already began to grasp that the reality of the outside world and the reality of this world were two quite different things. "In what sense are there three worlds?" he demanded, repeating his former question. Corpang smote the end of his staff on the ground. "First of all, Maskell, what is your motive for asking? If it's mere intellectual curiosity, tell me, for we mustn't play with awful matters." "No, it isn't that," said Maskell slowly. "I'm not a student. My journey is no holiday tour." "Is there blood on your soul?" asked Corpang, eyeing him intently. The blood rose steadily to Maskell's face, but in that light it caused it to appear black. "Unfortunately, there is, and not a little." The other's face was all wrinkles, but he made no comment. "And so you see," went on Maskell with a short laugh, "I'm in the very best condition for receiving your instruction." Corpang still paused. "Underneath your crimes, I see a man," he said after a few minutes. "On that account, and because we are commanded to help one another, I won't leave you at present, though I little thought to be walking with a murderer. Now, to your question. Whatever a man sees with his eyes, Maskell, he sees in three ways: length, breadth, depth. Length is existence. Breadth is relation. Depth is feeling. Something of the sort was told me by Earthred, the musician, who came from Thriel." "I don't know him. What else did he tell you?" "He went on to apply it to music. Continue, and pardon the interruption." "These three states of perception are the three worlds. Existence is Fascini's world. Relation is Amphus's world. Feeling is Thayer's world." "Can't we come down to hard facts?" said Maskell, frowning. "I understand no more than I did before what you mean by three worlds." "There are no harder facts than the ones I am giving you. The first world is visible, tangible nature. It was created by Fascini out of nothingness, and therefore we call it existence. That I understand. The second world is love, by which I don't mean lust. Without love, every individual would be entirely self-centered and unable deliberately to act on others. Without love, there would be no sympathy. Not even hatred, anger, or revenge would be possible. These are all imperfect and distorted forms of pure love. Interpenetrating Fascini's world of nature, therefore, we have Amphus's world of love or relation. What grounds have you for assuming that this so-called second world is not contained in the first? They are contradictory. A natural man lives for himself. A lover lives for others. It may be so. It's rather mystical. But go on. Who is Thyre? Length and breadth together without depth give flatness. Life and love without feeling produce shallow, superficial natures. Feeling is the need of men to stretch out toward their Creator. You mean prayer and worship? I mean intimacy with Thyre. This feeling is not to be found in either the first or second world. Therefore, it is a third world. Just as depth is the line between object and subject, feeling is the line between Thyre and man. But what is Thyre himself? Thyre is the afterworld. I still don't understand, said Maskell. Do you believe in three separate gods, or are these merely three ways of regarding one god? There are three gods, for they are mutually antagonistic. Yet they are somehow united. Maskell reflected a while. How have you arrived at these conclusions? None other are possible in Threel, Maskell. Why in Threel? What is there peculiar here? I will show you presently. They walked on for above a mile in silence, while Maskell digested what had been said. When they came to the first trees, which grew along the banks of a small stream of transparent water, Corpang halted. "That bandage around your forehead has long been unnecessary," he remarked. Maskell removed it. He found that the line of his brow was smooth and uninterrupted, as it had never yet been since his arrival in Tormance. "How has this come about, and how did you know it?" "They were Fascini's organs. They have vanished, just as the Phaeon's body vanished." Maskell kept rubbing his forehead. "I feel more human without them. But why isn't the rest of my body affected?" "Because its living will contains the element of Thyre." "Why are we stopping here?" Corpang broke off the tip of one of the aerial roots of a tree and proffered it to him. "Eat this, Maskell." "For food or something else?" "Food for body and soul." Maskell bit into the root. It was white and hard. Its white sap was bleeding. It had no taste, but after eating it, he experienced a change of perception. The landscape, without alteration of light or outline, became several degrees more stern and sacred. When he looked at Corpang, he was impressed by his aspect of Gothic awfulness, but the perplexed expression was still in his eyes. "Do you spend all your time here, Corpang?" "Occasionally I go above, but not often." "What fastens you to this gloomy world?" "The search for Thyre." "Then it's still a search?" "Let us walk on." As they resumed their journey across the dim, gradually rising plain, the conversation became even more earnest in character than before. "Although I was not born here," proceeded Corpang, "I've lived here for 25 years, and during all that time I have been drawing nearer to Thyre as I hope. But there is this peculiarity about it. The first stages are richer in fruit and more promising than the later ones. The longer a man seeks Thyre, the more he seems to absent himself. In the beginning he is felt and known, sometimes as a shape, sometimes as a voice, sometimes an overpowering emotion. Later on, all is dry, dark, and harsh in the soul. Then you would think that Thyre was 1,000,000 miles off. How do you explain that? When everything is darkest, he may be nearest, Maskell. But this is troubling you? My days are spent in torture. You still persist, though. This day-darkness can't be the ultimate state. My questions will be answered. A silence ensued. What do you propose to show me? Asked Maskell. The land is about to grow wilder. I am taking you to the 3 figures, which were carved and erected by an earlier race of men. There we will pray. And what then? If you are true-hearted, you will see things you will not easily forget. They had been walking slightly uphill in a sort of trough between 2 parallel, gently sloping downs. The trough now deepened, while the hills on either side grew steeper. They were in an ascending valley, and as it curved this way and that, the landscape was shut off from view. They came to a little spring, bubbling up from the ground. It formed a trickling brook, which was unlike all other brooks in that it was flowing up the valley instead of down. Before long it was joined by other miniature rivulets, so that in the end it became a fair-sized stream. Maskell kept looking at it and puckering his forehead. Nature has other laws here, it seems. Nothing can exist here that is not a compound of the 3 worlds. Yet the water is flowing somewhere. I can't explain it, but there are 3 wills in it. Is there no such thing as pure Thyre matter? Thyre cannot exist without Amphuse, and Amphuse cannot exist without Fascinae. Maskell thought this over for some minutes. That must be so, he said at last. Without life there can be no love, and without love there can be no religious feeling. In the half-light of the land, the tops of the hills containing the valley presently attained such a height that they could not be seen. The sides were steep and craggy, while the bed of the valley grew narrower at every step. Not a living organism was visible. All was unnatural and sepulchral. Maskell said, I feel as if I were dead and walking in another world. I still do not know what you are doing here, answered Corpang. Why should I go on making a mystery of it? I came to find Surtur. That name I've heard, but under what circumstances? You forget? Corpang walked along, his eyes fixed on the ground, obviously troubled. Who is Surtur? Maskell shook his head and said nothing. The valley shortly afterward narrowed, so that the 2 men, touching fingertips in the middle, could have placed their free hands on the rock walls on either side. It threatened to terminate in a cul-de-sac, but just when the road seemed least promising and they were shut in by cliffs on all sides, a hitherto unperceived bend brought them suddenly into the open. They emerged through a mere crack in the line of precipices. A sort of huge natural corridor was running along at right angles to the way they had come. Both ends faded into obscurity after a few 100 yards. Right down the center of this corridor ran a chasm with perpendicular sides. Its width varied from 30 to 100 feet, but its bottom could not be seen. On both sides of the chasm, facing one another, were platforms of rock, 20 feet or so in width. They too proceeded in both directions out of sight. Maskell and Corpang emerged onto one of these platforms. The shelf opposite was a few feet higher than that on which they stood. The platforms were backed by a double line of lofty and unclimbable cliffs, whose tops were invisible. The stream, which had accompanied them through the gap, went straight forward, but instead of descending the wall of the chasm as a waterfall, it crossed from side to side like a liquid bridge. It then disappeared through a cleft in the cliffs on the opposite side. To Maskell's mind, however, even more wonderful than this unnatural phenomenon was the absence of shadows, which was more noticeable here than on the open plain. It made the place look like a hall of phantoms. Corpang, without delay, led the way along the shelf to the left. When they had walked about a mile, the gulf widened to 200 feet. 3 large rocks loomed up on the ledge opposite. They resembled 3 upright giants, standing motionless side by side on the extreme edge of the chasm. Corpang and Maskell drew nearer, and then Maskell saw that they were statues. Each was about 30 feet high, and the workmanship was of the rudest. They represented naked men, but the limbs and trunks had been barely chipped into shape. The faces alone had had care bestowed on them, and even these faces were merely generalized. It was obviously the work of primitive artists. The statues stood erect with knees closed and arms hanging straight down on their sides. All 3 were exactly alike. As soon as they were directly opposite, Corpang halted. "Is this a representation of your 3 beings?" asked Maskell, awed by the spectacle in spite of his constitutional audacity. "Ask no questions, but kneel," replied Corpang. He dropped onto his own knees, but Maskell remained standing. Corpang covered his eyes with one hand and prayed silently. After a few minutes the light sensibly faded. Then Maskell knelt as well, but he continued looking. It grew darker and darker, until all was like the blackest night. Sight and sound no longer existed. He was alone with his own spirit. Then one of the 3 colossi came slowly into sight again. But it had ceased to be a statue. It was a living person. Out of the blackness of space, a giant head and chest emerged, illuminated by a mystic rosy glow, like a mountain peak bathed by the rising sun. As the light grew stronger, Maskell saw that the flesh was translucent, and that the glow came from within. The limbs of the apparition were wreathed in mist. Before long, the features of the face stood out distinctly. It was that of a beardless youth of 20 years. It possessed the beauty of a girl and the daring force of a man. It bore a mocking, cryptic smile. Maskell felt the fresh, mysterious thrill of mingled pain and rapture of one who awakes from a deep sleep in midwinter and sees the gleaming, dark, delicate colors of the half-dawn. The vision smiled, kept still, and looked beyond him. He began to shudder, with delight and many emotions. As he gazed, his poetic sensibility acquired such a nervous and indefinable character that he could endure it no more. He burst into tears. When he looked up again, the image had nearly disappeared, and in a few moments more he was plunged back into total darkness. Shortly afterward, a second statue reappeared. It too was transfigured into a living form, but Maskell was unable to see the details of its face and body because of the brightness of the light that radiated from them. This light, which started as pale gold, ended as flaming golden fire. It illumined the whole underground landscape. The rock ledges, the cliffs, himself and Corpang on their knees, the 2 unlighted statues, all appeared as if in sunlight, and the shadows were black and strongly defined. The light carried heat with it, but a singular heat. Maskell was unaware of any rise in temperature, but he felt his heart melting to womanish softness. His male arrogance and egotism faded imperceptibly away. His personality seemed to disappear. What was left behind was not a freedom of spirit or light-heartedness, but a passionate and nearly savage mental state of pity and distress. He felt a tormenting desire to serve. All this came from the heat of the statue, and was without an object. He glanced anxiously around him, and fastened his eyes on Corpang. He put a hand on his shoulder and aroused him from his praying. "You must know what I am feeling, Corpang." Corpang smiled sweetly, but said nothing. "I care nothing for my own affairs any more. How can I help you?" "So much the better for you, Muspel, if you respond so quickly to the invisible worlds." As soon as he had spoken, the figure began to vanish, and the light to die away from the landscape. Muspel's emotion slowly subsided, but it was not until he was once more in complete darkness that he became master of himself again. Then he felt ashamed of his boyish exhibition of enthusiasm, and thought ruefully that there must be something wanting in his character. He got up onto his feet. The very moment that he arose, a man's voice sounded, not a yard from his ear. It was hardly raised above a whisper, but he could distinguish that it was not Corpang's. As he listened, he was unable to prevent himself from physically trembling. "Muspel, you are to die," said the unseen speaker. "Who is speaking?" "You have only a few hours of life left. Don't trifle the time away." Muspel could bring nothing out. "You have despised life," went on the low-toned voice. "Do you really imagine that this mighty world has no meaning and that life is a joke?" "What must I do?" "Repent your murders. Commit no fresh ones. Pay honor to—" The voice died away. Muspel waited in silence for it to speak again. All remained still, however, and the speaker appeared to have taken his departure. Supernatural horror seized him. He fell into a sort of catalepsy. At that moment he saw one of the statues fading away, from a pale white glow to darkness. He had not previously seen it shining. In a few more minutes the normal light of the land returned. Corpang got up and shook him out of his trance. Muspel looked around, but saw no third person. "Whose statue was the last?" he demanded. "Did you hear me speaking?" "I heard your voice, but no one else's." "I've just had my death foretold, so I suppose I have not long to live. Leehallfae prophesied the same thing." Corpang shook his head. "What value do you set on life?" he asked. "Very little, but it's a fearful thing all the same." "Your death is?" "No, but this warning." They stopped talking. A profound silence reigned. Neither of the two men seemed to know what to do next, or where to go. Then both of them heard the sound of drumming. It was slow, emphatic, and impressive, a long way off and not loud, but against the background of quietness very marked. It appeared to come from some point out of sight, to the left of where they were standing, but on the same rock shelf. Muspel's heart beat quickly. "What can that sound be?" asked Corpang, peering into the obscurity. "It is Surtur." "Once again, who is Surtur?" Muspel clutched his arm and pressed him into silence. A strange radiance was in the air, in the direction of the drumming. It increased in intensity, and gradually occupied the whole scene. Things were no longer seen by Thayer's light, but by this new light. It cast no shadows. Corpang's nostrils swelled, and he held himself more proudly. "What fire is that?" "It is Muspel light." They both glanced instinctively at the three statues. In the strange glow they had undergone a change. The face of each figure was clothed in the sordid and horrible crystalman mask. Corpang cried out and put his hand over his eyes. "What can this mean?" he asked a minute later. "It must mean that life is wrong, and the creator of life too, whether he is one person or three." Corpang looked again, like a man trying to accustom himself to a shocking sight. "Dare we believe this?" "You must," replied Muspel. "You have always served the highest, and you must continue to do so. It has simply turned out that fire is not the highest." Corpang's face became swollen with a kind of coarse anger. "Life is clearly false. I have been seeking fire for a lifetime, and now I find this." "You have nothing to reproach yourself with. Crystalman has had eternity to practice his cunning in, so it's no wonder if a man can't see straight, even with the best intentions. What have you decided to do?" "The drumming seems to be moving away. Will you follow it, Muspel?" "Yes. But where will it take us?" "Perhaps out of Thriel altogether." "It sounds to me more real than reality," said Corpang. "Tell me, who is Surtur?" "Surtur's world, or Muspel, we are told, is the original of this world, which is a distorted copy. Crystalman is life, but Surtur is other than life." "How do you know this?" "It has sprung together somehow, from inspiration, from experience, from conversation with the wise men of your planet. Every hour it grows truer for me and takes a more definite shape." Corpang stood up squarely, facing the three figures with a harsh, energetic countenance, stamped all over with resolution. "I believe you, Muspel. No better proof is required than that. Thyre is not the highest. He is even in a certain sense the lowest. Nothing but the thoroughly false and base could stoop to such deceits. I am coming with you, but don't play the traitor. These signs may be for you, and not for me at all, and if you leave me—" "I make no promises. I don't ask you to come with me. If you prefer to stay in your little world, or if you have any doubts about it, you had better not come." "Don't talk like that. I shall never forget your service to me. Let us make haste, or we shall lose the sound." Corpang started off more eagerly than Muspel. They walked fast in the direction of the drumming. For upward of 2 miles the path they went along the ledge without any change of level. The mysterious radiance gradually departed, and was replaced by the normal light of Thriel. The rhythmical beats continued, but a very long way ahead. Neither was able to diminish the distance. "What kind of man are you?" Corpang suddenly broke out. "In what respect?" "How do you come to be on such terms with the invisible? How is it that I've never had this experience before I met you, in spite of my never-ending prayers and mortifications? In what way are you superior to me?" "To hear voices, perhaps, can't be made a profession," replied Muspel. "I have a simple and unoccupied mind. That may be why I sometimes hear things that up to the present you have not been able to." Corpang darkened and kept silent, and then Muspel saw through to his pride. The ledge presently began to rise. They were high above the platform on the opposite side of the gulf. The road then curved sharply to the right, and they passed over the abyss and the other ledge as by a bridge, coming out upon the top of the opposite cliffs. A new line of precipices immediately confronted them. They followed the drumming along the base of these heights, but as they were passing the mouth of a large cave, the sound came from its recesses, and they turned their steps inward. "This leads to the outer world," remarked Corpang. "I've occasionally been there by this passage." Then that's where it is taking us, no doubt. I confess I shan't be sorry to see sunlight once more." "Can you find time to think of sunlight?" asked Corpang with a rough smile. "I love the sun, and perhaps I'm rather lacking in the spirit of a zealot. Yet, for all that, you may get there before me." "Don't be bitter," said Maskell. "I'll tell you another thing. Muspel can't be willed, for the simple reason that Muspel does not concern the will. To will is a property of this world." "Then what is your journey for?" "It's one thing to walk to a destination, and to linger over the walk, and quite another to run there at top speed." "Perhaps I'm not so easily deceived as you think," said Corpang with another smile. The light persisted in the cave. The path narrowed and became a steep ascent. Then the angle became one of 45 degrees, and they had to climb. The tunnel grew so confined that Maskell was reminded of the confined dreams of his childhood. Not long afterward, daylight appeared. They hastened to complete the last stage. Maskell rushed out first into the world of colors, and, all dirty and bleeding from numerous scratches, stood blinking on a hillside, bathed in the brilliant, late-afternoon sunshine. Corpang followed closely at his heels. He was obliged to shield his eyes with his hands for a few minutes, so unaccustomed was he to branch spell's blinding rays. "The drum beats have stopped!" he exclaimed suddenly. "You can't expect music all the time," answered Maskell dryly. "We mustn't be luxurious." "But now we have no guide. We're no better off than before." "Well, Tormance is a big place. But I have an infallible rule, Corpang. As I come from the south, I always go due north." "That will take us to Lichtstorm." Maskell gazed at the fantastically piled rocks all around them. "I saw these rocks from Matterplay. The mountains look as far off now as they did then, and there's not much of the day left. How far is Lichtstorm from here?" Corpang looked away to the distant range. "I don't know, but unless a miracle happens, we shan't get there tonight." "I have a feeling," said Maskell, "that we shall not only get there tonight, but that tonight will be the most important in my life." And he sat down passively to rest. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to Arcturus. Chapter 18. Haunte. While Maskell sat, Corpang walked restlessly to and fro, swinging his arms. He had lost his staff. His face was inflamed with suppressed impatience, which accentuated its natural coarseness. At last he stopped short in front of Maskell and looked down at him. "What do you intend to do?" Maskell glanced up and idly waved his hand toward the distant mountains. "Since we can't walk, we must wait." "For what?" "I don't know. How's this, though? Those peaks have changed color, from red to green." "Yes, the Lich Wind is traveling this way." "The Lich Wind?" "It's the atmosphere of Lichtstorm. It always clings to the mountains, but when the wind blows from the north, it comes as far as Thriel." "It's a sort of fog, then?" "A peculiar sort, for they say it excites the sexual passions." "So, we're to have love-making," said Maskell, laughing. "Perhaps you won't find it so joyous," replied Corpang a little grimly. "But tell me, these peaks, how do they preserve their balance?" Corpang gazed at the distant, overhanging summits, which were fast fading into obscurity. "Passion keeps them from falling." Maskell laughed again. He was feeling a strange disturbance of spirit. "What? The love of rock for rock? It is comical, but true. We'll take a closer peep at them presently. Beyond the mountains is Barey, is it not?" "Yes." "And then the ocean. But what is the name of that ocean?" "That is told only to those who die beside it." "Is the secret so precious, Corpang?" Brandspell was nearing the horizon in the west. There were more than 2 hours of daylight remaining. The air all around them became murky. It was a thin mist, neither damp nor cold. The Lich-Storm Range now appeared only as a blur on the sky. The air was electric and tingling, and was exciting in its effect. Maskell felt a sort of emotional inflammation, as though a very slight external cause would serve to overturn his self-control. Corpang stood silent, with a mouth like iron. Maskell kept looking toward a high pile of rocks in the vicinity. "That seems to me a good watchtower. Perhaps we shall see something from the top." Without waiting for his companion's opinion, he began to scramble up the tower, and in a few minutes was standing on the summit. Corpang joined him. From their viewpoint, they saw the whole countryside sloping down to the sea, which appeared as a mere flash of far-off, glittering water. Leaving all that, however, Maskell's eyes immediately fastened themselves on a small, boat-shaped object, about 2 miles away, which was traveling rapidly toward them, suspended only a few feet in the air. "What do you make of that?" he asked in a tone of astonishment. Corpang shook his head and said nothing. Within 2 minutes, the flying object, whatever it was, had diminished the distance between them by 1/2. It resembled a boat more and more, but its flight was erratic rather than smooth. Its nose was continually jerking upward and downward, and from side to side. Maskell now made out a man sitting in the stern, and what looked like a large dead animal lying amidships. As the aerial craft drew nearer, he observed a thick blue haze underneath it, and a similar haze behind, but the front facing them was clear. "He must be what we are waiting for, Corpang. But what on earth carries it?" He stroked his beard contemplatively, and then, fearing that they had not been seen, stepped onto the highest rock, bellowed loudly, and made wild motions with his arm. The flying boat, which was only a few hundred yards distant, slightly altered its course, now heading toward them in a way that left no doubt that the steersman had detected their presence. The boat slackened speed until it was traveling no faster than a walking man, but the irregularity of its movements continued. It was shaped rather queerly. About 20 feet long, its straight sides tapered off from a flat bow, 4 feet broad, to a sharp-angled stern. The flat bottom was not above 10 feet from the ground. It was undecked and carried only one living occupant. The other object they had distinguished was really the carcass of an animal, of about the size of a large sheep. The blue haze trailing behind the boat appeared to emanate from the glittering point of a short upright pole fastened in the stern. When the craft was within a few feet of them, and they were looking down at it in wonder from above, the man removed this pole and covered the brightly shining tip with a cap. The forward motion then ceased altogether, and the boat began to drift hither and thither, but still it remained suspended in the air, while the haze underneath persisted. Finally, the broad side came gently up against the pile of rocks on which they were standing. The steersman jumped ashore and immediately clambered up to meet them. Maskell offered him a hand, but he refused it disdainfully. He was a young man of middle height. He wore a close-fitting fur garment. His limbs were quite ordinary, but his trunk was disproportionately long, and he had the biggest and deepest chest that Muspel had ever seen in a man. His hairless face was sharp, pointed, and ugly, with protruding teeth and a spiteful, grinning expression. His eyes and brows sloped upward. On his forehead was an organ, which looked as though it had been mutilated. It was a mere disagreeable stump of flesh. His hair was short and thin. Muspel could not name the color of his skin, but it seemed to stand in the same relation to jail as green to red. Once up, the stranger stood for a minute or two, scrutinizing the two companions through half-closed lids, all the time smiling insolently. Muspel was all eagerness to exchange words, but did not care to be the first to speak. Corpang stood moodily, a little in the background. "What men are you?" demanded the aerial navigator at last. His voice was extremely loud, and possessed a most unpleasant timbre. It sounded to Muspel like a large volume of air trying to force its way through a narrow orifice. "I am Muspel. My friend is Corpang. He comes from Threel, but where I come from, don't ask." "I am Haunte, from Sarclash." "Where may that be?" "Half an hour ago I could have shown it to you, but now it has got too murky. It is a mountain in Litstorm." "Are you returning there now?" "Yes." "And how long will it take to get there in that boat?" 2-3 hours. "Will it accommodate us too?" "What, are you for Litstorm as well? What can you want there?" "To see the sights," responded Muspel with twinkling eyes. "But first of all, to dine. I can't remember having eaten all day. You seem to have been hunting to some purpose, so we won't lack for food." Haunte eyed him quizzically. "You certainly don't lack impudence. However, I'm a man of that sort myself, and it is the sort I prefer. You, friend, now, would probably rather starve than ask a meal of a stranger. He looks to me just like a bewildered toad dragged up out of a dark hole." Muspel took Corpang's arm and constrained him to silence. "Where have you been hunting, Haunte?" "Matterplay. I had the worst luck. I speared one wold horse, and there it lies." "What is Litstorm like?" "There are men there, and there are women there, but there are no men-women as with you." "What do you call men-women?" "Persons of mixed sex, like yourself. In Litstorm the sexes are pure." "I have always regarded myself as a man." "Very likely you have, but the test is, do you hate and fear women?" "Why? Do you?" Haunte grinned and showed his teeth. "Things are different in Litstorm. So, you want to see the sights?" "I confess I am curious to see your women, for example, after what you say." "Then I'll introduce you to Sullenbode." He paused a moment after making this remark, and then suddenly uttered a great bass laugh, so that his chest shook. "Let us share the joke," said Muspel. "Oh, you'll understand it later." "If you play pranks with me, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Haunte laughed again. "I won't be the one to play pranks. Sullenbode will be deeply obliged to me. If I don't visit her myself as often as she would like, I'm always glad to serve her in other ways. Well, you shall have your boat ride." Muspel rubbed his nose doubtfully. "If the sexes hate one another in your land, is it because passion is weaker or stronger?" "In other parts of the world there is soft passion, but in Litstorm there is hard passion." "But what do you call hard passion?" "Where men are called to women by pain and not pleasure." "I intend to understand before I've finished." "Yes," answered Haunte, with a taunting look. "It would be a pity to let the chance slip, since you're going to Litstorm."
It was now Corpang's turn to take Muspel by the arm. "This journey will end badly." "Why so?" "Your goal was Muspel a short while ago. Now it is women." "Let me alone," said Muspel. "Give luck a slack rein. What brought this boat here?" "What is this talk about Muspel?" demanded Haunte. Corpang caught his shoulder roughly and stared straight into his eyes. "What do you know?" "Not much, but something perhaps. Ask me at supper. Now it is high time to start. Navigating the mountains by night isn't child's play, let me tell you." "I shall not forget," said Corpang. Muspel gazed down at the boat. "Are we to get in?" "Gently, my friend. It's only canework and skin." "First of all, you might enlighten me as to how you have contrived to dispense with the laws of gravitation." Haunte smiled sarcastically. "A secret in your ear, Muspel. All laws are female. A true male is an outlaw, outside the law." "I don't understand." "The great body of the earth is continually giving out female particles, and the male parts of rocks and living bodies are equally continually trying to reach them. That's gravitational." "Then how do you manage with your boat?" "My 2 male stones do the work. The one underneath the boat prevents it from falling to the ground. The one in the stern shuts it off from solid objects in the rear. The only part of the boat attracted by any part of the earth is the bow, for that's the only part the light of the male stones does not fall on. So in that direction the boat travels." "And what are these wondrous male stones?" "They really are male stones. There is nothing female in them. They are showering out male sparks all the time. These sparks devour all the female particles rising from the earth. No female particles are left over to attract the male parts of the boat, and so they are not in the least attracted in that direction." Muspel ruminated for a minute. "With your hunting and boat-building and science, you seem a very handy, skillful fellow, Haunte. But the sun's sinking, and we'd better start." "Get down first, then, and shift that carcass farther forward. Then you and your gloomy friend can sit amidships." Muspel immediately climbed down and dropped himself into the boat. But then he received a surprise. The moment he stood on the frail bottom, still clinging to the rock, not only did his weight entirely disappear, as though he were floating in some heavy medium, like salt water, but the rock he held on to drew him, as by a mild current of electricity, and he was able to withdraw his hands only with difficulty. After the first moment's shock, he quietly accepted the new order of things, and set about shifting the carcass. Since there was no weight in the boat, this was effected without any great labor. Corpang then descended. The astonishing physical change had no power to disturb his settled composure, which was founded on moral ideas. Haunte came last, grasping the staff which held the upper male stone. He proceeded to erect it, after removing the cap. Muspel then obtained his first near view of the mysterious light, which, by counteracting the forces of nature, acted indirectly not only as elevator but as motive force. In the last ruddy gleams of the great sun, its rays were obscured, and it looked little more impressive than an extremely brilliant, scintillating blue-white jewel, but its power could be gauged by the visible, colored mist that it threw out for many yards around. The steering was effected by means of a shutter attached by a cord to the top of the staff, which could be so manipulated that any segment of the male stone's rays, or all the rays, or none at all, could be shut off at will. No sooner was the staff raised than the aerial vessel quietly detached itself from the rock to which it had been drawn, and passed slowly forward in the direction of the mountains. Branchspel sank below the horizon. The gathering mist blotted out everything outside a radius of a few miles. The air grew cool and fresh. Soon the rock masses ceased on the great rising plain. Haunte withdrew the shutter entirely, and the boat gathered full speed. "You say that navigation among the mountains is difficult at night," exclaimed Muspel. "I would have thought it impossible." Haunte grunted. "You will have to take risks, and think yourself fortunate if you come off with nothing worse than a cracked skull. But one thing I can tell you, if you go on disturbing me with your chit-chat, we shan't get as far as the mountains." Thereafter Muspel was silent. The twilight deepened. The murk grew denser. There was little to look at, but much to feel. The motion of the boat, which was due to the never-ending struggle between the male stones and the force of gravitation, resembled in an exaggerated fashion the violent tossing of a small craft on a choppy sea. The two passengers became unhappy. Haunte, from his seat in the stern, gazed at them sardonically with one eye. The darkness now came on rapidly. About 90 minutes after the commencement of the voyage, they arrived at the foothills of Lichstorm. They began to mount. There was no daylight left to see by. Beneath them, however, on both sides of them and in the rear, the landscape was lighted up for a considerable distance by the now vivid blue rays of the twin male stones. Ahead, where these rays did not shine, Haunte was guided by the self-luminous nature of the rocks, grass, and trees. These were faintly phosphorescent. The vegetation shone out more strongly than the soil. The moon was not shining, and there were no stars. Muspel therefore inferred that the upper atmosphere was dense with mist. Once or twice, from his sensations of choking, he thought that they were entering a fog bank, but it was a strange kind of fog, for it had the effect of doubling the intensity of every light in front of them. Whenever this happened, nightmare feelings attacked him. He experienced transitory, unreasoning fright and horror. Now they passed high above the valley that separated the foothills from the mountains themselves. The boat began an ascent of many thousands of feet, and, as the cliffs were near, Haunte had to maneuver carefully with the rear light in order to keep them clear of them. Muspel watched the delicacy of his movements, not without admiration. A long time went by. It grew much colder. The air was damp and draughty. The fog began to deposit something like snow on their persons. Muspel kept sweating with terror, not because of the danger they were in, but because of the cloud banks that continued to envelop them. They cleared the first line of precipices. Still mounting, but this time with a forward motion, as could be seen by the vapors illuminated by the male stones through which they had passed, they were soon altogether out of sight of solid ground. Suddenly, and quite unexpectedly, the moon broke through. In the upper atmosphere, thick masses of fog were seen crawling hither and thither, broken in many places by thin rifts of sky, through one of which Tyrgeld was shining. Below them, to their left, a gigantic peak, glittering with green ice, showed itself for a few seconds, and was then swallowed up again. All the rest of the world was hidden by the mist. The moon went in again. Muspel had seen quite enough to make him long for the aerial voyage to end. The light from the male stones presently illuminated the face of a new cliff. It was grand, rugged, and perpendicular. Upward, downward, and on both sides, it faded imperceptibly into the night. After coasting it a little way, they observed a shelf of rock jutting out. It was square, measuring about a dozen feet each way. Green snow covered it to a depth of some inches. Immediately behind it was a dark slit in the rock, which promised to be the mouth of a cave. Haunte skillfully landed the boat on this platform. Standing up, he raised the staff bearing the keel light and lowered the other, then removed both male stones, which he continued to hold in his hand. His face was thrown into strong relief by the vivid, sparkling blue-white rays. It looked rather surly. "Do we get out?" inquired Maskell. "Yes, I live here." "Thanks for the successful end of a dangerous journey." "Yes, it has been touch and go." Corpang jumped onto the platform. He was smiling coarsely. "There has been no danger, for our destinies lie elsewhere. You are merely a ferryman, Haunte." "Is that so?" returned Haunte with a most unpleasant laugh. "I thought I was carrying men, not gods."
"Where are we?" asked Maskell.
As he spoke, he got out, but Haunte remained standing a minute in the boat. "This is Sarclash, the second highest mountain in the land."
"Which is the highest, then?"
"Adage. Between Sarclash and Adage there is a long ridge, very difficult in places. About halfway along the ridge, at the lowest point, lies the top of the Mornstab Pass, which goes through to Barey. Now you know the lay of the land."
"Does the woman Sullenbode live near here?"
"Near enough,"
Haunte grinned. He leaped out of the boat and, pushing past the others without ceremony, walked straight into the cave. Maskell followed, with Corpang at his heels. A few stone steps led to a doorway, curtained by the skin of some large beast. Their host pushed his way in, never offering to hold the skin aside for them. Maskell made no comment, but grabbed it with his fist and tugged it away from its fastenings to the ground. Haunte looked at the skin, and then stared hard at Maskell with his disagreeable smile, but neither said anything. The place in which they found themselves was a large oblong cavern, with walls, floor, and ceiling of natural rock. There were two doorways, that by which they had entered, and another of smaller size directly opposite. The cave was cold and cheerless. A damp draught passed from door to door. Many skins of wild animals lay scattered on the ground. A number of lumps of sun-dried flesh were hanging on a string along the wall, and a few bulging liquor skins reposed in a corner. There were tusks, horns, and bones everywhere. Resting against the wall were two short hunting spears, having beautiful crystal heads. Haunte set down the two male stones on the ground, near the farther door. Their light illuminated the whole cave. He then walked over to the meat, and, snatching a large piece, began to gnaw it ravenously. "Are we invited to the feast?" asked Maskell. Haunte pointed to the hanging flesh and to the liquor skins, but did not pause in his chewing. "Where's a cup?" inquired Maskell, lifting one of the skins. Haunte indicated a clay goblet lying on the floor. Maskell picked it up, undid the neck of the skin, and, resting it under his arm, filled the cup. Tasting the liquor, he discovered it to be a raw spirit. He tossed off the draught, and then felt much better. The second cupful he proffered to Corpang. The latter took a single sip, swallowed it, and then passed the cup back without a word. He refused to drink again as long as they were in the cave. Maskell finished the cup and began to throw off care. Going to the meat line, he took down a large double handful, and sat down on a pile of skins to eat at his ease. The flesh was tough and coarse, but he had never tasted anything sweeter. He could not understand the flavor, which was not surprising in a world of strange animals. The meal proceeded in silence. Corpang ate sparingly, standing up, and afterward lay down on a bundle of furs. His bold eyes watched all the movements of the other two. Haunte had not drunk as yet. At last Maskell concluded his meal. He emptied another cup, sighed pleasantly, and prepared to talk. "Now, explain further about your women, Haunte." Haunte fetched another skin of liquor and a second cup. He tore off the string with his teeth and poured out and drank cup after cup in quick succession. Then he sat down, crossed his legs, and turned to Maskell. "Well?" "So, they are objectionable?"
They are deadly. Deadly? In what way can they possibly be deadly? You will learn. I was watching you in the boat, Muspel. You had some bad feelings, eh? I don't conceal it. There were times when I felt as if I were struggling with a nightmare. What caused it? The female atmosphere of Lichtstorm. Sexual passion. I had no passion. That was passion, the first stage. Nature tickles your people into marriage, but it tortures us. Wait till you get outside. You'll have a return of those sensations, only 10 times worse. The drink you've had will see to that. How do you suppose it will all end? If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you questions. Haunte laughed loudly. Sullenbode! You mean it will end in my seeking Sullenbode? But what will come of it, Muspel? What will she give you? Sweet, fainting, white-armed, feminine voluptuousness? Muspel coolly drank another cup. And why should she give all that to a passer-by? Well, as a matter of fact, she hasn't it to give. No, what she will give you, and what you'll accept from her, because you can't help it, is anguish, insanity, possibly death. You may be talking sense, but it sounds like raving to me. Why should I accept insanity and death? Because your passion will force you to. What about yourself? Muspel asked, biting his nails. Oh, I have my male stones. I am immune. Is that all that prevents you from being like other men? Yes, but don't attempt any tricks, Muspel. Muspel went on drinking steadily, and said nothing for a time. So, men and women here are hostile to each other, and love is unknown? He proceeded at last. That magic word. Shall I tell you what love is, Muspel? Love between male and female is impossible. When Muspel loves a woman, it is Muspel's female ancestors who are loving her. But here in this land, the men are pure males. They have drawn nothing from the female side. Where do the male stones come from? Oh, they are not freaks. They must be whole beds of the stuff somewhere. It is all that prevents the world from being a pure female world. It would be one big mass of heavy sweetness, without individual shapes. Yet this same sweetness is torturing to men? The life of an absolute male is fierce. An excess of life is dangerous to the body. How can it be anything else than torturing? Corpang now sat up suddenly and addressed Haunte. I remind you of your promise to tell about Muspel. Haunte regarded him with a malevolent smile. Ha! The underground man has come to life. Yes, tell us, put in Muspel carelessly. Haunte drank and laughed a little. Well, the tale's short and hardly worth telling, but since you're interested, a stranger came here 5 years ago, inquiring after Muspel light. His name was Lod. He came from the east. He came up to me one bright morning in summer, outside this very cave. If you ask me to describe him, I can't imagine a second man like him. He looked so proud, noble, superior, that I felt my own blood to be dirty by comparison. You can guess I don't have this feeling for everyone. Now that I'm recalling him, he was not so much superior as different. I was so impressed that I rose and talked to him standing. He inquired the direction of the mountain adage. He went on to say, They say Muspel light is sometimes seen there. What do you know of such a thing? I told him the truth, that I knew nothing about it, and then he went on, Well, I am going to adage, and tell those who come after me on the same errand that they had better do the same thing. That was the whole conversation. He started on his way, and I've never seen him or heard of him since. So, you didn't have the curiosity to follow him? No, because the moment he had turned his back, all my interest in the man somehow seemed to vanish. probably because he was useless to you." Corpang glanced at Muspel. "Our road is marked out for us." "So it would appear," said Muspel indifferently. The talk flagged for a time. Muspel felt the silence oppressive, and grew restless. "What do you call the color of your skin, Haunte, as I saw it in daylight? It struck me as strange." "Dome," said Haunte. "A compound of ulfire and blue," explained Corpang. "Now I know. Those colors are puzzling for a stranger." "What colors have you in your world?" asked Corpang. "Only 3 primary ones, but here you seem to have 5, though how it comes about I can't imagine." "There are 2 sets of 3 primary colors here," said Corpang, "but as one of the colors, blue, is identical in both sets, altogether there are 5 primary colors." "Why 2 sets?" "Produced by the 2 suns. Brandspell produces blue, yellow, and red. Alpane, ulfire, blue, and jail." "It's remarkable that explanation has never occurred to me before." "So here you have another illustration of the necessary trinity of nature. Blue is existence. It is darkness seen through light, a contrasting of existence and nothingness. Yellow is relation. In yellow light we see the relation of objects in the clearest way. Red is feeling. When we see red, we are thrown back on our personal feelings. As regards the alpane colors, blue stands in the middle and is therefore not existence, but relation. Ulfire is existence, so it must be a different sort of existence." Haunte yawned. "There are marvelous philosophers in your underground hole." Muspel got up and looked about him. "Where does that other door lead to?" "Better explore," said Haunte. Muspel took him at his word and strolled across the cave, flinging the curtain aside and disappearing into the night. Haunte rose abruptly and hurried after him. Corpang too got to his feet. He went over to the untouched spirit skins, untied the necks, and allowed the contents to gush out onto the floor. Next he took the hunting spears and snapped off the points between his hands. Before he had time to resume his seat, Haunte and Muspel reappeared. The host's quick, shifty eyes at once took in what had happened. He smiled and turned pale. "You haven't been idle, friend." Corpang fixed Haunte with his bold, heavy gaze. "I thought it well to draw your teeth." Muspel burst out laughing. "The toads come into the light to some purpose, Haunte. Who would have expected it?" Haunte, after staring hard at Corpang for 2 or 3 minutes, suddenly uttered a strange cry, like an evil spirit, and flung himself upon him. The 2 men began to wrestle like wildcats. They were as often on the floor as on their legs, and Muspel could not see who was getting the better of it. He made no attempt to separate them. A thought came into his head, and, snatching up the 2 mail stones, he ran with them, laughing, through the upper doorway into the open night air. The door overlooked an abyss on another face of the mountain. A narrow ledge, sprinkled with green snow, wound along the cliff to the right. It was the only available path. He pitched the pebbles over the edge of the chasm. Although hard and heavy in his hand, they sank more like feathers than stones, and left a long trail of vapor behind. While Muspel was still watching them disappear, Haunte came rushing out of the cavern, followed by Corpang. He gripped Muspel's arm excitedly. "What in Crag's name have you done?" "Overboard they have gone," replied Muspel, renewing his laughter. "You accursed madman!" Haunte's luminous color came and went, just as though his internal light were breathing. Then he grew suddenly calm, by a supreme exertion of his will. "You know this kills me." "Haven't you been doing your best this last hour to make me right for Sullenbode? Well then, cheer up and join the pleasure party." "You say it as a joke, but it is the miserable truth." Haunt's jeering malevolence had completely vanished. He looked a sick man, yet somehow his face became nobler. "I would be very sorry for you, Haunt, if it did not entail my being also very sorry for myself. We are now all three together on the same errand, which doesn't appear to have struck you yet." "But why this errand at all?" asked Corpang quietly. "Can't you men exercise self-control till you have arrived out of danger?" Haunt fixed him with wild eyes. "No, the phantoms come trooping in on me already." He sat down moodily, but the next minute was up again. "And I cannot wait. The game is started." Soon afterward, by silent consent, they began to walk the ledge, Haunt in front. It was narrow, ascending, and slippery, so that extreme caution was demanded. The way was lighted by the self-luminous snow and rocks. When they had covered about a half a mile, Muspel, who went second of the party, staggered, caught the cliff, and finally sat down. "The drink works. My old sensations are returning, but worse." Haunt turned back. "Then you are a doomed man." Muspel, though fully conscious of his companions and situation, imagined that he was being oppressed by a black, shapeless, supernatural being who was trying to clasp him. He was filled with horror, trembled violently, yet could not move a limb. Sweat tumbled off his face in great drops. The waking nightmare lasted a long time, but during that space it kept coming and going. At one moment the vision seemed on the point of departing. The next it almost took shape, which he knew would be his death. Suddenly it vanished altogether. He was free. A fresh spring breeze fanned his face. He heard the slow, solitary singing of a sweet bird, and it seemed to him as if a poem had shot together in his soul. Such flashing, heart-breaking joy he had never experienced before in all his life. Almost immediately that too vanished. Sitting up, he passed his hand across his eyes and swayed quietly, like one who has been visited by an angel. "Your color changed to white," said Corpang. "What happened?" "I passed through torture to love," replied Muspel simply. He stood up. Haunt gazed at him somberly. "Will you not describe that passage?" Muspel answered slowly and thoughtfully. "When I was in matter play, I saw heavy clouds discharge themselves and change to colored, living animals. In the same way, my black, chaotic pangs just now seem to consolidate themselves and spring together as a new sort of joy. The joy would not have been possible without the preliminary nightmare. It is not accidental. Nature intends it so. The truth has just flashed through my brain. You men of Lichtstorm don't go far enough. You stop at the pangs, without realizing that they are birth pangs." "If this is true, you are a great pioneer," muttered Haunt. "How does this sensation differ from common love?" interrogated Corpang. "This was all that love is, multiplied by wildness." Corpang fingered his chin a while. "The Lichtstorm men, however, will never reach this stage, for they are too masculine." Haunt turned pale. "Why should we alone suffer?" "Nature is freakish and cruel, and doesn't act according to justice. Follow us, Haunt, and escape from it all." "I'll see," muttered Haunt. "Perhaps I will." "Have we far to go, to Sullenbode?" inquired Muspel. "No, her home's under the hanging cap of Sarclash." "What is to happen tonight?" Muspel spoke to himself, but Haunt answered him. "Don't expect anything pleasant, in spite of what just has occurred. She is not a woman, but a mass of pure sex. Your passion will draw her out into human shape, but only for a moment. If the change were permanent, you would have endowed her with a soul." Perhaps the change might be made permanent.
To do that, it is not enough to desire her. She must desire you as well. But why should she desire you?
Nothing turns out as one expects, said Maskell, shaking his head. We had better get on again. They resumed the journey. The ledge still rose, but on turning a corner of the cliff, Haunte quitted it and began to climb a steep gully, which mounted directly to the upper heights. Here they were compelled to use both hands and feet. Maskell thought all the while of nothing but the overwhelming sweetness he had just experienced. The flat ground on top was dry and springy. There was no more snow, and bright plants appeared. Haunte turned sharply to the left. "This must be under the cap," said Maskell.
"It is, and within 5 minutes you will see Sullenbode."
When he spoke his words, Maskell's lips surprised him by their tender sensitiveness. Their action against each other sent thrills throughout his body. The grass shone dimly. A huge tree, with glowing branches, came into sight. It bore a multitude of red fruit, like hanging lanterns, but no leaves. Underneath this tree, Sullenbode was sitting. Her beautiful light, a mingling of jail and white, gleamed softly through the darkness. She sat erect on crossed legs, asleep. She was clothed in a singular skin garment, which started as a cloak thrown over one shoulder and ended as loose breeches, terminating above the knees. Her forearms were lightly folded, and in one hand she held a half-eaten fruit. Maskell stood over her and looked down, deeply interested. He thought he had never seen anything half so feminine. Her flesh was almost melting in its softness. So undeveloped were the facial organs that they looked scarcely human. Only the lips were full, pouting, and expressive. In their richness, these lips seemed like a splash of vivid will on a background of slumbering protoplasm. Her hair was undressed. Its color could not be distinguished. It was long and tangled, and had been tucked into her garment behind for convenience. Corpang looked calm and sullen, but both the others were visibly agitated. Maskell's heart was hammering away under his chest. Haunte pulled him and said, "My head feels as if it were being torn from my shoulders." "What can that mean?" "Yet there's a horrible joy in it," added Haunte with a sickly smile. He put his hand on the woman's shoulder. She awoke softly, glanced up at them, smiled, and then resumed eating her fruit. Maskell did not imagine that she had intelligence enough to speak. Haunte suddenly dropped on his knees and kissed her lips. She did not repulse him. During the continuance of the kiss, Maskell noticed with a shock that her face was altering. The features emerged from their indistinctness and became human and almost powerful. The smile faded. A scowl took its place. She thrust Haunte away, rose to her feet, and stared beneath bent brows at the 3 men, each one in turn. Maskell came last. His face she studied for quite a long time, but nothing indicated what she thought. Meanwhile, Haunte again approached her, staggering and grinning. She suffered him quietly, but the instant lips met lips the second time, he fell backward with a startled cry, as though he had come in contact with an electric wire. The back of his head struck the ground, and he lay there, motionless. Corpang sprang forward to his assistance, but when he saw what had happened, he left him where he was. "Maskell, come here quickly." The light was perceptibly fading from Haunte's skin as Maskell bent over. The man was dead. His face was unrecognizable. The head had been split from the top downward into 2 halves, streaming with strange-colored blood, as though it had received a terrible blow from an axe. "This couldn't be from the fall," said Maskell. "No, Sullenbode did it." Maskell turned quickly to look at the woman. She had resumed her former attitude on the ground. The momentary intelligence had vanished from her face, and she was again smiling. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to Arcturus. Chapter 19. Sullenbode. Sullenbode's naked skin glowed softly through the darkness, but the clothed part of her person was invisible. Maskell watched her senseless, smiling face and shivered. Strange feelings ran through his body. Corpang spoke out of the night. "She looks like an evil spirit filled with deadliness." "It was like deliberately kissing lightning." Haunte was insane with passion. "So am I," said Maskell quietly. "My body seems full of rocks, all grinding against one another. This is what I was afraid of. It appears I shall have to kiss her too." Corpang pulled his arm. "Have you lost all manliness?" But Maskell impatiently shook himself free. He plucked nervously at his beard and stared at Sullenbode. His lips kept twitching. After this had gone on for a few minutes, he stepped forward, bent over the woman, and lifted her bodily in his arms. Setting her upright against the rugged tree trunk, he kissed her. A cold, knife-like shock passed down his frame. He thought that it was death, and lost consciousness. When his sense returned, Sullenbode was holding him by the shoulder with one hand at arm's length, searching his face with gloomy eyes. At first he failed to recognize her. It was not the woman he had kissed, but another. Then he gradually realized that her face was identical with that which Haunte's action had called into existence. A great calmness came upon him. His bad sensations had disappeared. Sullenbode was transformed into a living soul. Her skin was firm, her features were strong, her eyes gleamed with the consciousness of power. She was tall and slight, but slow in all her gestures and movements. Her face was not beautiful. It was long and palely lighted, while the mouth crossed the lower half like a gash of fire. The lips were as voluptuous as before. Her brows were heavy. There was nothing vulgar in her. She looked the kingliest of all women. She appeared not more than 25. Growing tired, apparently, of his scrutiny, she pushed him a little way and allowed her arm to drop, at the same time curving her mouth into a long, bow-like smile. "Whom have I to thank for this gift of life?" Her voice was rich, slow, and odd. Maskell felt himself in a dream. "My name is Maskell." She motioned to him to come a step nearer. "Listen, Maskell. Man after man has drawn me into the world, but they could not keep me there, for I did not wish it. But now you have drawn me into it for all time, for good or evil." Maskell stretched a hand toward the now invisible corpse and said quietly, "What have you to say about him?" "Who was it?" "Haunte." "So that was Haunte. The news will travel far and wide. He was a famous man." "It's a horrible affair. I can't think that you killed him deliberately." "We women are endowed with terrible power, but it is our only protection. We do not want these visits. We loathe them." "I might have died too." "You came together?" "There were 3 of us. Corpang still stands over there." "I see a faintly glimmering form. What do you want of me, Corpang?" "Nothing." "Then go away and leave me with Maskell." "No need, Corpang. I am coming with you." "This is not that pleasure, then?" demanded the low, earnest voice out of the darkness. "No, that pleasure has not returned." Sullenbode gripped his arm hard. "What pleasure are you speaking of?" "A presentiment of love, which I felt not long ago.
But what do you feel now?
Calm and free.
Sullenbode's face seemed like a pallid mask, hiding a slow, swelling sea of elemental passions. I do not know how it will end, Muspel, but we will still keep together a little. Where are you going?
To Adage, said Corpang, stepping forward.
But why?
We are following the steps of Lod, who went there years ago to find Muspel light. It's the light of another world.
The quest is grand, but cannot women see that light?
On one condition, said Corpang. They must forget their sex. Womanhood and love belong to life, while Muspel is above life.
I give you all other men, said Sullenbode. Muspel is mine.
No, I am not here to help Muspel to a lover, but to remind him of the existence of nobler things.
You are a good man, but you two alone will never strike the road to Adage.
Are you acquainted with it?
Again the woman gripped Muspel's arm. What is love, which Corpang despises?
Muspel looked at her attentively. Sullenbode went on.
Love is that which is perfectly willing to disappear and become nothing for the sake of the beloved.
Corpang wrinkled his forehead. A magnanimous female lover is new in my experience.
Muspel put him aside with his hand and said to Sullenbode,
Are you contemplating a sacrifice?
She gazed at her feet and smiled. What does it matter what my thoughts are? Tell me, are you starting at once, or do you mean to rest first? It's a rough road to Adage.
What's in your mind? Demanded Muspel.
I will guide you a little. When we reach the ridge between Sarclash and Adage, perhaps I shall turn back.
And then?
Then, if the moon shines, perhaps you will arrive before daybreak. But if it is dark, it's hardly likely.
That's not what I meant. What will become of you after we have parted company?
I shall return somewhere, perhaps here.
Muspel went close up to her in order to study her face better.
Shall you sink back into the old state?
No, Muspel, thank heaven. Then how will you live?
Sullenbode calmly removed the hand which he had placed on her arm. There was a sort of swirling flame in her eyes. And who said I would go on living?
Muspel blinked at her in bewilderment. A few moments passed before he spoke again. You women are a sacrificing lot. You know I can't leave you like this.
Their eyes met. Neither withdrew them, and neither felt embarrassed. You will always be the most generous of men, Muspel. Now let us go. Corpang is a single-minded personage, and the least we others, who aren't so single-minded, can do, is to help him to his destination. We mustn't inquire whether the destination of single-minded men is, as a rule, worth arriving at.
If it is good for Muspel, it will be good for me.
Well, no vessel can hold more than its appointed measure. Corpang gave a wry smile.
During your long sleep, you appear to have picked up wisdom.
Yes, Corpang, I have met many men and explored many minds.
As they moved off, Muspel remembered Haunte.
Can we not bury that poor fellow? By this time tomorrow we shall need burial ourselves, but I do not include Corpang.
We have no tools, so you must have your way. You killed him, but I am the real murderer. I stole his protecting light.
Surely that death is balanced by the life you have given me. They left the spot in the direction opposite to that by which the three men had arrived. After a few steps they came to green snow again. At the same time the flat ground ended, and they started to traverse a steep, pathless mountain slope. The snow and rocks glimmered, their own bodies shone. Otherwise everything was dark. The mists swirled around them, but Muspel had no more nightmares. The breeze was cold, pure, and steady. They walked in file, Sullenbode leading.
Her movements were slow and fascinating. Corpang came last. His stern eyes saw nothing ahead but an alluring girl and a half-infatuated man. For a long time they continued crossing the rough and rocky slope, maintaining a slightly upward course. The angle was so steep that a false step would have been fatal. The high ground was on their right. After a while, the hillside on the left hand changed to level ground, and they seemed to have joined another spur of the mountain. The ascending slope on the right hand persisted for a few hundred yards more. Then Sullenbode bore sharply to the left, and they found level ground all around them. "We are on the ridge," announced the woman, halting. The others came up to her, and at the same instant the moon burst through the clouds, illuminating the whole scene. Maskell uttered a cry. The wild, noble, lonely beauty of the view was quite unexpected. Tyrgeld was high in the sky to their left, shining down on them from behind. Straight in front, like an enormously wide, smoothly descending road, lay the great ridge which went on to Adage, though Adage itself was out of sight. It was never less than 200 yards wide. It was covered with green snow, in some places entirely, but in other places the naked rock showed through like black teeth. From where they stood they were unable to see the sides of the ridge, or what lay underneath. On the right hand, which was north, the landscape was blurred and indistinct. There were no peaks there. It was the distant, low-lying land of Barey. On the left hand appeared a whole forest of mighty pinnacles, near and far as the eye could see in moonlight. All glittered green, and all possessed the extraordinary hanging caps that characterize the Lich-Storm range. These caps were of fantastic shapes, and each one was different. The valley directly opposite them was filled with rolling mist. Sarclash was a mighty mountain mass in the shape of a horseshoe. Its two ends pointed west, and were separated from each other by a mile or more of empty space. The northern end became the ridge on which they stood. The southern end was the long line of cliffs on that part of the mountain where Haunt's cave was situated. The connecting curve was the steep slope they had just traversed. One peak of Sarclash was invisible. In the southwest, many mountains raised their heads. In addition, a few summits, which must have been of extraordinary height, appeared over the south side of the horseshoe. Maskell turned round to put a question to Sullenbode, but when he saw her for the first time in moonlight, the words he had framed died on his lips. The gash-like mouth no longer dominated her other features, and the face, pale as ivory and most femininely shaped, suddenly became almost beautiful. The lips were a long, womanish curve of rose-red. Her hair was a dark maroon. Maskell was greatly disturbed. He thought that she resembled a spirit rather than a woman. "What puzzles you?" she asked, smiling. "Nothing. But I would like to see you by sunlight." "Perhaps you never will." "Your life must be most solitary." She explored his features with her black, slow-gleaming eyes. "Why do you fear to speak your feelings, Maskell?" "Things seem to open up before me like a sunrise, but what it means I can't say." Sullenbode laughed outright. "It assuredly does not mean the approach of night." Corpang, who had been staring steadily along the ridge, here abruptly broke in. "The road is plain now, Maskell. If you wish it, I'll go on alone." "No, we'll go on together. Sullenbode will accompany us." "A little way," said the woman, "but not to Adage, to pit my strength against unseen powers. That light is not for me. I know how to renounce love, but I will never be a traitor to it. Who knows what we shall find on Adage, or what will happen? Corpang is as ignorant as myself." Corpang looked him full in the face. "Maskell, you are quite well aware that you never dare approach that awful fire in the society of a beautiful woman." Maskell gave an uneasy laugh.
What Corpang doesn't tell you, Sullenbode, is that I am far better acquainted with Muspel light than he, and that, but for a chance meeting with me, he would still be saying his prayers in Threel." "Still, what he says must be true," she replied, looking from one to the other. "And so I am not allowed to—" "So long as I am with you, I shall urge you onward and not backward, Maskell." "We need not quarrel yet," he remarked with a forced smile. "No doubt things will straighten themselves out." Sullenbode began kicking the snow about with her foot. "I picked up another piece of wisdom in my sleep, Corpang." "Tell it to me, then." "Men who live by laws and rules are parasites. Others shed their strength to bring these laws out of nothing into the light of day. But the law-abiders live at their ease. They have conquered nothing for themselves. It is given to some to discover, and to others to preserve and perfect. You cannot condemn me for wishing Maskell well." "No, but a child cannot lead a thunderstorm." They started walking again along the center of the ridge. All three were abreast, Sullenbode in the middle. The road descended by an easy gradient, and was for a long distance comparatively smooth. The freezing point seemed higher than on Earth, for the few inches of snow through which they trudged felt almost warm to their naked feet. Maskell's soles were by now like tough hides. The moonlit snow was green and dazzling. Their slanting, abbreviated shadows were sharply defined, and red-black in color. Maskell, who walked on Sullenbode's right hand, looked constantly to the left, toward the galaxy of glorious, distant peaks. "You cannot belong to this world," said the woman. "Men of your stamp are not to be looked for here." "No, I have come here from Earth." "Is that larger than our world?" "Smaller, I think. Small and overcrowded with men and women. With all those people, confusion would result but for orderly laws, and therefore the laws are of iron. As adventure would be impossible without encroaching on these laws, there is no longer any spirit of adventure among the Earthmen. Everything is safe, vulgar, and completed." "Do men hate women there, and women men?" "No, the meeting of the sexes is sweet, though shameful. So poignant is the sweetness that the accompanying shame is ignored with open eyes. There is no hatred, or only among a few eccentric persons." "That shame surely must be the rudiment of our lich-storm passion. But now say, why did you come here?" "To meet with new experiences, perhaps. The old ones no longer interested me." "How long have you been in this world?" "This is the end of my 4th day." "Then tell me what you have seen and done during those 4 days. You cannot have been inactive." "Great misfortunes have happened to me." He proceeded briefly to relate everything that had taken place from the moment of his first awakening in the Scarlet Desert. Sullenbode listened with half-closed eyes, nodding her head from time to time. Only twice did she interrupt him. After his description of Tydomon's death, she said, speaking in a low voice, "None of us women ought by right of nature to fall short of Tydomon in sacrifice. For that one act of hers, I almost love her, although she brought evil to your door." Again, speaking of Glimeel, she remarked, "That grand-souled girl I admire the most of all. She listened to her inner voice, and to nothing else besides. Which of us others is strong enough for that?" When his tale was quite over, Sullenbode said, "Does it not strike you, Maskell, that these women you have met have been far nobler than the men?" "I recognize that. We men often sacrifice ourselves, but only for a substantial cause. For you women, almost any cause will serve. You love the sacrifice for its own sake, and that is because you are naturally noble." Turning her head a little, she threw him a smile so proud, yet so sweet, that he was struck into silence. They tramped on quietly for some distance, and then he said, "Now you understand the sort of man I am. Much brutality, more weakness, scant pity for anyone. Oh, it has been a bloody journey." She laid her hand on his arm. "I, for one, would not have it less rugged. Nothing good can be said of my crimes. To me, you seem like a lonely giant, searching for you know not what, the grandest that life holds. You, at least, have no cause to look up to women." "Thanks, Sullenbode," he responded with a troubled smile. "When Maskell passes, let people watch. Everyone is thrown out of your road. You go on, looking neither to right nor left." "Take care that you are not thrown as well," said Corpang gravely. "Maskell shall do with me whatever he pleases, old skull. And for whatever he does, I will thank him. In place of a heart, you have a bag of loose dust. Someone has described love to you. You have had it described to you. You have heard that it is a small, fearful, selfish joy. It is not that. It is wild, and scornful, and sportive, and bloody. How should you know?" "Selfishness has far too many disguises." "If a woman wills to give up all, what can there be selfish in that?" "Only do not deceive yourself. Act decisively, or fate will be too swift for you both." Sullenbode studied him through her lashes. "Do you mean death? His death as well as mine?" "You go too far, Corpang," said Maskell, turning a shade darker. "I don't accept you as the arbiter of our fortunes. If honest counsel is disagreeable to you, let me go on ahead." The woman detained him with her slow, light fingers. "I wish you to stay with us." "Why?" "I think you may know what you are talking about. I don't wish to bring harm to Maskell. Presently I'll leave you." "That will be best," said Corpang. Maskell looked angry. "I shall decide. Sullenbode, whether you go on or back, I stay with you. My mind is made up." An expression of joyousness overspread her face, in spite of her efforts to conceal it. "Why do you scowl at me, Maskell?" He returned no answer, but continued walking onward with puckered brows. After a dozen paces or so, he halted abruptly. "Wait, Sullenbode." The others came to a standstill. Corpang looked puzzled, but the woman smiled. Maskell, without a word, bent over and kissed her lips. Then he relinquished her body and turned around to Corpang. "How do you, in your great wisdom, interpret that kiss?" "It requires no great wisdom to interpret kisses, Maskell." "Hereafter, never dare to come between us. Sullenbode belongs to me." "Then I say no more. But you are a fated man." From that time forward he spoke not another word to either of the others. A heavy gleam appeared in the woman's eyes. "Now things are changed, Maskell. Where are you taking me?" "Choose, you." "The man I love must complete his journey. I won't have it otherwise. You shall not stand lower than Corpang." "Where you go, I will go." "And I, as long as your love endures, I will accompany you, even to Adage." "Do you doubt its lasting?" "I wish not to. Now I will tell you what I refused to tell you before. The term of your love is the term of my life. When you love me no longer, I must die." "And why?" asked Maskell slowly. "Yes, that's the responsibility you incurred when you kissed me for the first time. I never meant to tell you." "Do you mean that if I had gone on alone, you would have died?" "I have no other life but what you give me." He gazed at her mournfully, without attempting to reply, and then slowly placed his arms around her body. During this embrace he turned very pale, but Sullenbode grew as white as chalk. A few minutes later the journey toward Adage was resumed. They had been walking for 2 hours. Tyrgeld was higher in the sky and nearer the south. They had descended many hundred feet,
and the character of the ridge began to alter for the worse. The thin snow disappeared and gave way to moist, boggy ground. It was all little grassy hillocks and marshes. They began to slip about and become draggled with mud. Conversation ceased. Sullenbode led the way, and the men followed in her tracks. The southern half of the landscape grew grander. The greenish light of the brilliant moon, shining on the multitude of snow-green peaks, caused it to appear like a spectral world. Their nearest neighbor towered high above them on the other side of the valley, due south, some 5 miles distant. It was a slender, inaccessible, dizzy spire of black rock, the angles of which were too steep to retain snow. A great, upward-curving horn of rock sprang out from its topmost pinnacle. For a long time it constituted their clue's landmark. The whole ridge gradually became saturated with moisture. The surface soil was spongy and rested on impermeable rock. It breathed in the damp mists by night and breathed them out again by day under branch spells' rays. The walking grew first unpleasant, then difficult, and finally dangerous. None of the party could distinguish firm ground from bog. Sullenbode sank up to her waist in a pit of slime. Maskell rescued her, but after this incident took the lead himself. Corpang was the next to meet with trouble. Exploring a new path for himself, he tumbled into liquid mud up to his shoulders, and narrowly escaped a filthy death. After Maskell had got him out, at great personal risk, they proceeded once more. But now the scramble changed from bad to worse. Each step had to be thoroughly tested before weight was put upon it, and even so, the test frequently failed. All of them went in so often that in the end they no longer resembled human beings, but walking pillars, plastered from top to toe with black filth. The hardest work fell to Maskell. He not only had the exhausting task of beating the way, but was continually called upon to help his companions out of their difficulties. Without him they could not have got through. After a peculiarly evil patch, they paused to recruit their strength. Corpang's breathing was difficult. Sullenbode was quiet, listless, and depressed. Maskell gazed at them doubtfully. "Does this continue?" he inquired. "No. I think," replied the woman, "we can't be far from the Mornstab Pass. After that we shall begin to climb again, and then the road will improve, perhaps." "Can you have been here before?" "Once I have been to the pass, but it was not so bad then." "You are tired out, Sullenbode." "What of it?" she replied, smiling faintly. "When one has a terrible lover, one must pay the price." "We cannot get there tonight, so let us stop at the first shelter we come to." "I leave it to you." He paced up and down while the others sat. "Do you regret anything?" he demanded suddenly. "No, Maskell, nothing. I regret nothing." "Your feelings are unchanged?" "Love can't go back. It can only go on." "Yes, eternally on. It is so." "No, I don't mean that. There is a climax, but when the climax has been reached, love, if it still wants to ascend, must turn to sacrifice." "That's a dreadful creed," he said in a low voice, turning pale beneath his coating of mud. "Perhaps my nature is discordant. I am tired. I don't know what I feel." In a few minutes they were on their feet again, and the journey recommenced. Within half an hour they had reached the Mornstab Pass. The ground here was drier. The broken land to the north served to drain off the moisture of the soil. Sullenbode led them to the northern edge of the ridge to show them the nature of the country. The pass was nothing but a gigantic landslip on both sides of the ridge, where it was the lowest above the underlying land. A series of huge broken terraces of earth and rock descended toward Barey. They were overgrown with stunted vegetation. It was quite possible to get down to the lowlands that way, but rather difficult. On either side of the landslip, to east and west, the ridge came down in a long line of sheer, terrific cliffs. A low haze concealed Barey from view. Complete stillness was in the air, broken only by the distant thundering of an invisible waterfall. Muspel and Sullenbode sat down on a boulder, facing the open country. The moon was directly behind them, high up. It was almost as light as an Earth day.
"Tonight is like life," said Sullenbode.
"How so?"
"So lovely above and around us, so foul underfoot."
Muspel sighed. "Poor girl, you are unhappy."
"And are you happy?"
He thought for a while, and then replied, No, I'm not happy. Love is not happiness."
"What is it, Muspel?"
"Restlessness, unshed tears, thoughts too grand for our soul to think."
"Yes," said Sullenbode.
After a time she asked,
"Why were we created? Just to live for a few years and then disappear?"
"We are told that we shall live again."
"Yes, Muspel?"
"Perhaps in Muspel," he added thoughtfully.
"What kind of life will that be?"
"Surely we shall meet again. Love is too wonderful and mysterious a thing to remain uncompleted."
She gave a slight shiver and turned away from him. "This dream is untrue. Love is completed here."
"How can that be, when sooner or later it is brutally interrupted by fate?"
"It is completed by anguish." "Oh, why must it always be enjoyment for us? Can't we suffer? Can't we go on suffering, forever and ever? Muspel, until love crushes our spirit, finally and without remedy, we don't begin to feel ourselves."
Muspel gazed at her with a troubled expression. "Can the memory of love be worth more than its presence and reality?"
"You don't understand. Those pangs are more precious than all the rest beside."
She caught at him.
"Oh, if you could only see inside my mind, Muspel! You would see strange things. I can't explain. It is all confused, even to myself. This love is quite different from what I thought."
He sighed again. "Love is a strong drink. Perhaps it is too strong for human beings.
And I think that it overtures our reason in different ways."
They remained sitting side by side, staring straight before them with unseeing eyes.
"It doesn't matter," said Sullenbode at last, with a smile, getting up. "Soon it will be ended, one way or another. Come, let us be off."
Muspel too got up. "Where's Corpang?" he asked listlessly. They both looked across the ridge in the direction of Adage. At the point where they stood it was nearly a mile wide. It sloped perceptibly toward the southern edge, giving all the earth the appearance of a heavy list. Toward the west the ground continued level for 1,000 yards, but then a high, sloping, grassy hill went right across the ridge from side to side, like a vast billow on the verge of breaking. It shut out all further view beyond. The whole crest of this hill, from one end to the other, was crowned by a long row of enormous stone posts, shining brightly in the moonlight against a background of dark sky. There were about 30 in all, and they were placed at such regular intervals that there was little doubt that they had been set there by human hands. Some were perpendicular, but others dipped so much that an aspect of extreme antiquity was given to the entire colonnade. Corpang was seen climbing the hill, not far from the top. "He wishes to arrive," said Muspel, watching the energetic ascent with a rather cynical smile.
"The heavens won't open for Corpang," returned Sullenbode. "He need not be in such a hurry. What do these pillars seem like to you?"
"They might be the entrance to some mighty temple. Who can have planted them there?" She did not answer. They watched Corpang gain the summit of the hill and disappear through the line of posts. Muspel turned again to Sullenbode. "Now we two are alone in a lonely world." She regarded him steadily.
"Our last night on this earth must be a grand one. I am ready to go on."
"I don't think you are fit to go on. it will be better to go down the pass a little and find shelter." She half smiled.
"We won't study our poor bodies tonight. I mean you to go to Adage, Maskell."
"Then, at all events, let us rest first, for it must be a long, terrible climb, and who knows what hardships we shall meet."
She walked a step or two forward, half turned, and held out her hand to him. "Come, Maskell."
When they had covered half the distance that separated them from the foot of the hill, Maskell heard the drum taps. They came from behind the hill, and were loud, sharp, almost explosive. He glanced at Sullenbode, but she appeared to hear nothing. A minute later, the whole sky behind and above the long chain of stone posts on the crest of the hill began to be illuminated by a strange radiance. The moonlight in that quarter faded. The post stood out black on a background of fire. It was the light of Muspel. As the moments passed, it grew more and more vivid, peculiar, and awful. It was of no color, and resembled nothing. It was supernatural and indescribable. Maskell's spirit swelled. He stood fast, with expanded nostrils and terrible eyes. Sullenbode touched him lightly.
"What do you see, Maskell?"
"Muspel light."
"I see nothing."
The light shot up, until Maskell scarcely knew where he stood. It burned with a fiercer and stranger glare than ever before. He forgot the existence of Sullenbode. The drum beats grew deafeningly loud. Each beat was like a rip of startling thunder, crashing through the sky and making the air tremble. Presently the crashes coalesced, and one continuous roar of thunder rocked the world. But the rhythm persisted. The 4 beats, with the third accented, still came pulsing through the atmosphere, only now against a background of thunder and nod of silence. Maskell's heart beat wildly. His body was like a prison. He longed to throw it off, to spring up and become incorporated with the sublime universe which was beginning to unveil itself. Sullenbode suddenly enfolded him in her arms and kissed him, passionately, again and again. He made no response. He was unaware of what she was doing. She unclasped him, and with a bent head and streaming eyes, went noiselessly away. She started to go back toward the Mornstab Pass. A few minutes afterward, the radiance began to fade. The thunder died down. The moonlight reappeared. The stone posts and the hillside were again bright. In a short time, the supernatural light had entirely vanished, but the drum taps still sounded faintly, a muffled rhythm, from behind the hill. Maskell started violently and stared around him like a suddenly awakened sleeper. He saw Sullenbode walking slowly away from him a few hundred yards off. At that sight, death entered his heart. He ran after her, calling out. She did not look around. When he had lessened the distance between them by a half, he saw her suddenly stumble and fall. She did not get up again, but lay motionless where she fell. He flew toward her and bent over her body. His worst fears were realized. Life had departed. Beneath its coating of mud, her face bore the vulgar, ghastly Crystalman grin, but Maskell saw nothing of it. She had never appeared so beautiful to him as at that moment. He remained beside her for a long time, on his knees. He wept, but between his fits of weeping he raised his head from time to time and listened to the distant drum beats. An hour passed, 2 hours. Tyrgeld was now in the southwest. Maskell lifted Sullenbode's dead body onto his shoulders and started to walk toward the pass. He cared no more for Muspel. He intended to look for water in which to wash the corpse of his beloved and earth in which to bury her. When he had reached the boulder overlooking the landslip on which they had sat together, he lowered his burden and, placing the dead girl on the stone, seated himself beside her for a time, gazing over toward Barey. After that, he commenced his descent of the Mornstab Pass. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to Arcturus. Chapter 20. Barey. The day had already dawned, but it was not yet sunrise when Muspel awoke from his miserable sleep. He sat up and yawned feebly. The air was cool and sweet. Far away down the landslip a bird was singing. The song consisted of only 2 notes, but it was so plaintive and heartbreaking that he scarcely knew how to endure it. The eastern sky was a delicate green, crossed by a long, thin band of chocolate-colored cloud near the horizon. The atmosphere was blue-tinted, mysterious, and hazy. Neither sarclash nor adage was visible. The saddle of the pass was 500 feet above him. He had descended that distance overnight. The landslip continued downward like a huge flying staircase to the upper slopes of Barey, which lay perhaps 1,500 feet beneath. The surface of the pass was rough, and the angle was excessively steep, though not precipitous. It was above a mile across. On each side of it, east and west, the dark walls of the ridge descended sheer. At the point where the pass sprang outward, they were 2,000 feet from top to bottom, but as the ridge went upward, on the one hand toward adage, on the other toward sarclash, they attained almost unbelievable heights. Despite the great breadth and solidity of the pass, Muspel felt as though he were suspended in mid-air. The patch of broken rich brown soil observable not far away marked Sullenbode's grave. He had interred her by the light of the moon, with a long flat stone for a spade. A little lower down, the white steam of a hot spring was curling about in the twilight. From where he sat, he was unable to see the pool into which the spring ultimately flowed, but it was in that pool that he had last night washed first of all the dead girl's body, and then his own. He got up, yawned again, stretched himself, and looked around him dully. For a long time he eyed the grave. The half-darkness changed by imperceptible degrees to full day. The sun was about to appear. The sky was nearly cloudless. The whole wonderful extent of the mighty ridge behind him began to emerge from the morning mist. There was a part of sarclash, and the ice-green crest of gigantic adage itself, which he could only take in by throwing his head right back. He gazed at everything in weary apathy, like a lost soul. All his desires were gone forever. He wished to go nowhere and to do nothing. He thought he would go to Barey. He went to the warm pool to wash the sleep out of his eyes. Sitting beside it, watching the bubbles, was Cragg. Muspel thought that he was dreaming. The man was clothed in a skin shirt and breeches. His face was stern, yellow, and ugly. He eyed Muspel without smiling or getting up. "Where in the devil's name have you come from, Cragg?"
"The great point is, I am here."
"Where's Nightspore?"
"Not far away."
"It seems 100 years since I saw you. Why did you two leave me in such a damnable fashion?"
"You were strong enough to get through alone."
"So it turned out. But how were you to know? Anyway, you've timed it well. It seems I am to die today." Cragg scowled.
"You will die this morning."
"If I am to, I shall. But where have you heard it from?"
"You are ripe for it. You have run through the gamut. What else is there to live for?"
"Nothing," said Muspel, uttering a short laugh. "I am quite ready. I have failed in everything. I only wondered how you knew. So, now you've come to rejoin me. Where are we going?"
"Through Barey."
"And what about Nightspore?" Cragg jumped to his feet with clumsy agility.
"We won't wait for him. He'll be there as soon as we shall."
"Where?"
"At our destination. Come, the sun's rising."
As they started clambering down the pass side by side, Branchspell, huge and white, leaped fiercely into the sky. All the delicacy of the dawn vanished, and another vulgar day began. They passed some trees and plants, the leaves of which were all curled up, as if in sleep. Maskell pointed them out to his companion. "How is it the sunshine doesn't open them?"
"Branchspell is a second night to them. Their day is Alpane."
"How long will it be before that sun rises?"
"Some time yet."
"Shall I live to see it, do you think?"
"Do you want to?"
"At one time I did, but now I'm indifferent."
"Keep in that humor, and you'll do well. Once for all, there's nothing worth seeing on Tormance."
After a few minutes, Maskell said, "Why did we come here, then?"
"To follow Surtur."
"True, but where is he?"
"Closer at hand than you think, perhaps."
"Do you know that he is regarded as a god here, Crag? There is a supernatural fire, too, which I have been led to believe is somehow connected with him. Why do you keep up the mystery? Who and what is Surtur?"
"Don't disturb yourself about that. You will never know."
"Do you know?"
"I know,"
snarled Crag. "The devil here is called Crag," went on Maskell, peering into his face.
"As long as pleasure is worshipped, Crag will always be the devil."
"Here we are, talking face to face, two men together. What am I to believe of you?"
"Believe your senses. The real devil is Crystalman."
They continued descending the landslip. The sun's rays had grown insufferably hot. In front of them, down below in the far distance, Maskell saw water and land intermingled. It appeared that they were traveling toward a lake district. "What have you and Knightsbor been doing during the last 4 days, Crag? What happened to the torpedo?"
"You're just about on the same mental level as a man who sees a brand-new palace and asks what has become of the scaffolding."
"What palace have you been building, then?"
"We have not been idle," said Crag. "While you have been murdering and love-making, we have had our work."
"And how have you been made acquainted with my actions?"
"Oh, you're an open book. Now you've got a mortal heart wound on account of a woman you knew for 6 hours."
Maskell turned pale. "Sneer away, Crag. If you lived with a woman for 600 years and saw her die, that would never touch your leather heart. You haven't even the feelings of an insect."
"Behold the child defending its toys,"
said Crag, grinning faintly. Maskell stopped short. "What do you want with me? And why did you bring me here?"
"It's no use stopping, even for the sake of theatrical effect," said Crag, pulling him into motion again. "The distance has got to be covered, however often we pull up."
When he touched him, Maskell felt a terrible shooting pain through his heart. "I can't go on regarding you as a man, Crag. You're something more than a man. Whether good or evil, I can't say." Crag looked yellow and formidable. He did not reply to Maskell's remark, but, after a pause, said,
"So, you've been trying to find Surtur on your own account, during the intervals between killing and fondling?"
"What was that drumming?" demanded Maskell.
"You needn't look so important. We know you had your ear to the keyhole. But you could join the assembly. The music was not playing for you, my friend."
Maskell smiled rather bitterly. "At all events, I listen through no more keyholes. I have finished with life. I belong to nobody and nothing any more, from this time forward."
"Brave words, brave words. We shall see. Perhaps Crystalman will make one more attempt on you. There is still time for one more."
"Now I don't understand you."
"You think you are thoroughly disillusioned, don't you? Well, that may prove to be the last and strongest illusion of all."
Conversation ceased. They reached the foot of the landslip an hour later. Branchspell was steadily mounting the cloudless sky. It was approaching Sarclash, and it was an open question whether or not it would clear its peak. The heat was sweltering. The long, massive, saucer-shaped ridge behind them, with its terrific precipices, was glowing with bright morning colors. Adage, towering up many thousands of feet higher still, guarded the end of it like a lonely colossus. In front of them, starting from where they stood, was a cool and enchanting wilderness of little lakes and forests. The water of the lakes was dark green, the forests were asleep, waiting for the rising of Alpane. "Are we now in Barey?" asked Maskell.
"Yes, and there is one of the natives."
There was an ugly glint in his eye as he spoke the words, but Maskell did not see it. A man was leaning in the shade against one of the first trees, apparently waiting for them to come up. He was small, dark, and beardless, and was still in early manhood. He was clothed in a dark blue, loosely flowing robe, and wore a broad-brimmed slouch hat. His face, which was not disfigured by any special organs, was pale, earnest, and grave, yet somehow remarkably pleasing. Before a word was spoken, he warmly grasped Maskell's hand, and even while he was in the act of doing so, he threw a queer frown at Cragg. The latter responded with a scowling grin. When he opened his mouth to speak, his voice was a vibrating baritone, but it was at the same time strangely womanish in its modulations and variety of tone. "I've been waiting for you here since sunrise," he said. "Welcome to Barey, Maskell. Let's hope you'll forget your sorrows here, you over-tested man." Maskell stared at him, not without friendliness. "What made you expect me, and how do you know my name?" The stranger smiled, which made his face very handsome. "I'm Gangnet. I know most things."
"Haven't you a greeting for me, too, Gangnet?"
asked Cragg, thrusting his forbidding features almost into the other's face. "I know you, Cragg. There are a few places where you are welcome."
"And I know you, Gangnet, you man-woman. Well, we are here together, and you must make what you can of it. We are going down to the ocean."
The smile faded from Gangnet's face. "I can't drive you away, Cragg, but I can make you the unwelcome third." Cragg threw back his head and gave a loud, grating laugh.
"That bargain suits me all right. As long as I have the substance, you may have the shadow, and much good may it do you."
"Now that it's all arranged so satisfactorily," said Maskell with a hard smile, "permit me to say that I don't desire any society at all at present. You take too much for granted, Cragg. You have played the false friend once already. I presume I'm a free agent?"
"To be a free man, one must have a universe of one's own," said Cragg with a jeering look. "What do you say, Gangnet? Is this a free world?"
"Freedom from pain and ugliness should be every man's privilege," returned Gangnet tranquilly. "Maskell is quite within his rights, and if you'll engage to leave him, I'll do the same."
"Maskell can change face as often as he likes, but he won't get rid of me so easily. Be easy on that point, Maskell."
"It doesn't matter," muttered Maskell. "Let everyone join in the procession. In a few hours I shall finally be free anyhow, if what they say is true." "I'll lead the way," said Gangnet. "You don't know this country, of course, Maskell. When we get to the flatlands, some miles farther down, we shall be able to travel by water, but at present we must walk, I fear."
"Yes, you fear, broke out Cragg in a high-pitched, scraping voice. "You eternal loller!"
Maskell kept looking from one to the other in amazement. There seemed to be a determined hostility between the two,
which indicated an intimate previous acquaintance. They set off through a wood, keeping close to its border, so that for a mile or more they were within sight of the long, narrow lake that flowed beside it. The trees were low and thin. Their dome-colored leaves were all folded. There was no underbrush. They walked on clean, brown earth. A distant waterfall sounded. They were in shade, but the air was pleasantly warm. There were no insects to irritate them. The bright lake outside looked cool and poetic. Gangnet pressed Maskell's arm affectionately. "If the bringing of you from your world had fallen to me, Maskell, it is here I would have brought you, and not to the Scarlet Desert. Then you would have escaped the dark spots, and torments would have appeared beautiful to you." "And what then, Gangnet? The dark spots would have existed all the same. You could have seen them afterward. It makes all the difference whether one sees darkness through the light or brightness through the shadows. A clear eye is the best. Torments is an ugly world, and I greatly prefer to know it as it really is. The devil made it ugly, not Crystalman. These are Crystalman's thoughts which you see around you. He is nothing but beauty and pleasantness. Even Crag won't have the effrontery to deny that." "It's very nice here," said Crag, looking around him malignantly. "One only wants a cushion and half a dozen houris to complete it." Maskell disengaged himself from Gangnet. "Last night, when I was struggling through the mud in the ghastly moonlight, then I thought the world beautiful." "Poor Sullenbode," said Gangnet, sighing. "What? You knew her?" "I know her through you. By mourning for a noble woman, you show your own nobility. I think all women are noble." "There may be millions of noble women, but there's only one Sullenbode." "If Sullenbode can exist," said Gangnet, "the world cannot be a bad place. Change the subject. The world's hard and cruel, and I am thankful to be leaving it." "On one point, though, you both agree," said Crag, smiling evilly. "Pleasure is good, and the cessation of pleasure is bad." Gangnet glanced at him coldly. "We know your peculiar theories, Crag. You are very fond of them, but they are unworkable. The world could not go on being without pleasure." "So Gangnet thinks," jeered Crag. They came to the end of the wood, and found themselves overlooking a little cliff. At the foot of it, about 50 feet below, a fresh series of lakes and forests commenced. Barey appeared to be one big mountain slope, built by nature into terraces. The lake along whose border they had been traveling was not banked at the end, but overflowed to the lower level in half a dozen beautiful thread-like falls, white and throwing off spray. The cliff was not perpendicular, and the men found it easy to negotiate. At the base they entered another wood. Here it was much denser, and they had nothing but trees all around them. A clear brook rippled through the heart of it. They followed its bank. "It has occurred to me," said Maskell, addressing Gangnet, "that Alpane may be my death. Is that so?" "These trees don't fear Alpane, so why should you? Alpane is a wonderful, life-bringing sun." "The reason I ask is, I've seen its afterglow, and it produced such violent sensations that a very little more would have proved too much." "Because the forces were evenly balanced. When you see Alpane itself, it will reign supreme, and there will be no more struggling of wills inside you." "And that, I may tell you beforehand, Maskell," said Crag, grinning, "is Crystalman's trump card." "How do you mean?" "You'll see. You'll renounce the world so eagerly that you'll want to stay in the world merely to enjoy your sensations." Gangnet smiled. "Crag, you see, is hard to please. You must neither enjoy nor renounce. What are you to do?"
Maskell turned toward Crag.
"It's very odd, but I don't understand your creed even yet. Are you recommending suicide?"
Crag seemed to grow sallower and more repulsive every minute.
"What, because they have left off stroking you?"
he exclaimed, laughing and showing his discolored teeth.
"Whoever you are, and whatever you want," said Maskell, "you seem very certain of yourself."
"Yes, you would like me to blush and stammer like a booby, wouldn't you? That would be an excellent way of destroying lies."
Gangnet glanced toward the foot of one of the trees. He stooped and picked up 2 or 3 objects that resembled eggs. "To eat?" asked Maskell, accepting the offered gift. "Yes, eat them. You must be hungry. I want none myself, and one mustn't insult Crag by offering him a pleasure, especially such a low pleasure." Maskell knocked the ends off 2 of the eggs and swallowed the liquid contents. They tasted rather alcoholic. Crag snatched the remaining egg out of his hand and flung it against a tree trunk, where it broke and stuck, a splash of slime.
"I don't wait to be asked, Gangnet. Say, is there a filthier sight than a smashed pleasure?"
Gangnet did not reply, but took Maskell's arm. After they had alternately walked through forests and descended cliffs and slopes for upward of 2 hours, the landscape altered. A steep mountainside commenced and continued for at least a couple of miles, during which space the land must have dropped nearly 4,000 feet, at a practically uniform gradient. Maskell had seen nothing like this immense slide of country anywhere. The hill slope carried an enormous forest on its back. This forest, however, was different from those they had hitherto passed through. The leaves of the trees were curled up in sleep, but the boughs were so close and numerous that, but for the fact that they were translucent, the rays of the sun would have been completely intercepted. As it was, the whole forest was flooded with light. And this light, being tinged with the color of the branches, was a soft and lovely rose. So gay, feminine, and dawn-like was the illumination that Maskell's spirits immediately started to rise, although he did not wish it. He checked himself, sighed, and grew pensive.
"What a place for languishing eyes and necks of ivory, Maskell!" rasped Crag mockingly. "Why isn't Sullenbode here?"
Maskell gripped him roughly and flung him against the nearest tree. Crag recovered himself and burst into a roaring laugh, seeming not a whit discomposed.
"Still what I said? Was it true or untrue?"
Maskell gazed at him sternly. "You seem to regard yourself as a necessary evil. I am under no obligation to go on with you any farther. I think we had better part." Crag turned to Gangnet with an air of grotesque mock earnestness.
"What do you say? Do we part when Maskell pleases, or when I please?"
"Keep your temper, Maskell," said Gangnet, showing Crag his back. "I know the man better than you do. Now that he has fastened onto you, there's only one way of making him lose his hold, by ignoring him. Despise him, say nothing to him, don't answer his questions. If you refuse to recognize his existence, he is as good as not here." "I'm beginning to be tired of it all," said Maskell. "It seems as if I shall add one more to my murders before I have finished."
"I smell murder in the air," exclaimed Crag, pretending to sniff. "But whose?"
"Do as I say, Maskell. To bandy words with him is to throw oil on fire." "I'll say no more to anyone. When do we get out of this accursed forest?" "It's some way yet, but when we're once out we can take to the water, and you will be able to rest and think."
"And brood comfortably over your sufferings," added Crag.
None of the 3 men said anything more until they emerged into the open day.
The slope of the forest was so steep that they were forced to run rather than walk, and this would have prevented any conversation even if they had otherwise felt inclined toward it. In less than half an hour they were through. A flat, open landscape lay stretched in front of them as far as they could see. 3 parts of this country consisted of smooth water. It was a succession of large, low-shored lakes, divided by narrow strips of tree-covered land. The lake immediately before them had its small end to the forest. It was there about 1/3 of a mile wide. The water at the sides and end was shallow, and choked with dome-colored rushes, but in the middle, beginning a few yards from the shore, there was a perceptible current away from them. In view of this current, it was difficult to decide whether it was a lake or a river. Some little floating islands were in the shallows. "Is it here that we take to the water?" inquired Maskell. "Yes, here," answered Gangnet. "But how?" "One of those islands will serve. It only needs to move it into the stream." Maskell frowned. "Where will it carry us to?"
"Come, get on," said Cragg, laughing uncouthly. "The morning's wearing away, and you have to die before noon. We are going to the ocean."
"If you are omniscient, Cragg, what is my death to be?"
"Gangnet will murder you."
"You lie," said Gangnet. "I wish Maskell nothing but good."
"At all events, he will be the cause of your death. But what does it matter? The great point is you are quitting this futile world. Well, Gangnet, I see you're as slack as ever. I suppose I must do the work."
He jumped into the lake and began to run through the shallow water, splashing it about. When he came to the nearest island, the water was up to his thighs. The island was lozenge-shaped, and about 15 feet from end to end. It was composed of a sort of light brown peat. There was no form of living vegetation on its surface. Cragg went behind it and started shoving it toward the current, apparently without having unduly to exert himself. When it was within the influence of the stream, the others waded out to him, and all 3 climbed on. The voyage began. The current was not traveling at more than 2 miles an hour. The sun glared down on their heads mercilessly, and there was no shade or prospect of shade. Maskell sat down near the edge, and periodically splashed water over his head. Gangnet sat on his haunches next to him. Cragg paced up and down with short, quick steps, like an animal in a cage. The lake widened out more and more, and the width of the stream increased in proportion, until they seemed to themselves to be floating on the bosom of some broad, flowing estuary. Cragg suddenly bent over and snatched off Gangnet's hat, crushing it together in his hairy fist and throwing it far out into the stream.
"Why should you disguise yourself like a woman?" he asked with a harsh guffaw. "Show Maskell your face. Perhaps he has seen it somewhere."
Gangnet did remind Maskell of someone, but he could not say of whom. His dark hair curled down to his neck, his brow was wide, lofty, and noble, and there was an air of serious sweetness about the whole man that was strangely appealing to the feelings. "Let Maskell judge," he said with proud composure, "whether I have anything to be ashamed of." "There can be nothing but magnificent thoughts in that head," muttered Maskell, staring hard at him.
"A capital valuation. Gangnet is the king of poets. But what happens when poets try to carry through practical enterprises?"
"What enterprises?" asked Maskell in astonishment.
"What have you got on hand, Gangnet? Tell Maskell."
"There are 2 forms of practical activity," replied Gangnet calmly. "One may either build up or destroy."
"No, there's a 3rd species. One may steal, and not even know one is stealing. One may take the purse and leave the money."
Maskell raised his eyebrows. "Where have you 2 met before?"
"I'm paying Gangnet a visit today, Maskell, but once upon a time Gangnet paid me a visit."
"Where?"
"In my home, whatever that is. Gangnet is a common thief."
"You are speaking in riddles, and I don't understand you. I don't know either of you, but it's clear that if Gangnet is a poet, you're a buffoon. Must you go on talking? I want to be quiet." Cragg laughed, but said no more. Presently he lay down at full length, with his face to the sun, and in a few minutes was fast asleep, and snoring disagreeably. Maskell kept glancing over at his yellow, repulsive face with strong disfavor. 2 hours passed. The land on either side was more than a mile distant. In front of them there was no land at all. Behind them the lit storm mountains were blotted out from view by a haze that had gathered together. The sky ahead, just above the horizon, began to be of a strange color. It was an intense jail blue. The whole northern atmosphere was stained with ulfire. Maskell's mind grew disturbed. "Alpane is rising, Gangnet." Gangnet smiled wistfully. "It begins to trouble you?" "It is so solemn, tragical almost. Yet it recalls me to Earth. Life was no longer important, but this is important. Daylight is night to this other daylight. Within half an hour you will be like a man who has stepped from a dark forest into the open day. Then you will ask yourself how you could have been blind." The two men went on watching the blue sunrise. The entire sky in the north, halfway up to the zenith, was streaked with extraordinary colors, among which jail and dome predominated. Just as the principal character of an ordinary dawn is mystery, the outstanding character of this dawn was wildness. It did not baffle the understanding, but the heart. Maskell felt no inarticulate craving to seize and perpetuate the sunrise, and make it his own. Instead of that, it agitated and tormented him, like the opening bars of a supernatural symphony. When he looked back to the south, Branspell's day had lost its glare, and he could gaze at the immense white sun without flinching. He instinctively turned to the north again, as one turns from darkness to light. "If those were Crystalman's thoughts that you showed me before, Gangnet, these must be his feelings. I mean it literally. What I am feeling now, he must have felt before me." "He is all feeling, Maskell. Don't you understand that?" Maskell was feeding greedily on the spectacle before him. He did not reply. His face was set like a rock, but his eyes were dim with the beginning of tears. The sky blazed deeper and deeper. It was obvious that Alpane was about to lift itself above the sea. The island had by this time floated past the mouth of the estuary. On 3 sides they were surrounded by water. The haze crept up behind them and shut out all sight of land. Cragg was still sleeping, an ugly, wrinkled monstrosity. Maskell looked over the side at the flowing water. It had lost its dark green color and was now of a perfect crystal transparency. "Are we already on the ocean, Gangnet?" "Yes." "Then nothing remains except my death." "Don't think of death, but life." "It's growing brighter, at the same time more somber. Cragg seems to be fading away." "There is Alpane," said Gangnet, touching his arm. The deep, glowing disk of the blue sun peeped above the sea. Maskell was struck to silence. He was hardly so much looking as feeling. His emotions were unutterable. His soul seemed too strong for his body. The great blue orb rose rapidly out of the water, like an awful eye watching him. It shot above the sea with a bound, and Alpane's day commenced. "What do you feel?" Gangnet still held his arm. "I have set myself against the infinite," muttered Maskell. Suddenly his chaos of passion sprang together, and a wonderful idea swept through his whole being, accompanied by the intensest joy. "Why, Gangnet, I am nothing." "No, you are nothing." The mist closed in all around them.
Nothing was visible except the two suns and a few feet of sea. The shadows of the three men cast by Alpane were not black, but were composed of white daylight. "Then nothing can hurt me," said Maskell with a peculiar smile. Gangnet smiled too. How could it? "I have lost my will. I feel as if some foul tumor had been scraped away, leaving me clean and free." "Do you now understand life, Maskell?" Gangnet's face was transfigured with an extraordinary spiritual beauty. He looked as if he had descended from heaven. "I understand nothing, except that I have no self any more. But this is life."
"Is Gangnet expatiating on his famous blue sun?"
said a jeering voice above them. Looking up, they saw that Cragg had got to his feet. They both rose. At the same moment, the gathering mist began to obscure Alpane's disk, changing it from blue to a vivid jail. "What do you want with us, Cragg?" asked Maskell with a simple composure. Cragg looked at him strangely for a few seconds. The water lapped around them.
"Don't you comprehend, Maskell, that your death has arrived?"
Maskell made no response. Cragg rested an arm lightly on his shoulder, and suddenly he felt sick and faint. He sank to the ground, near the edge of the island raft. His heart was thumping heavily and queerly. Its beating reminded him of the drum taps. He gazed languidly at the rippling water, and it seemed to him as if he could see right through it, away, away down, to a strange fire. The water disappeared. The two suns were extinguished. The island was transformed into a cloud, and Maskell, alone on it, was floating through the atmosphere. Down below, it was all fire, the fire of Muspel. The light mounted higher and higher until it filled the whole world. He floated toward an immense perpendicular cliff of black rock, without top or bottom. Halfway up it, Cragg, suspended in mid-air, was dealing terrific blows at a blood-red spot with a huge hammer. The rhythmical, clanging sounds were hideous. Presently, Maskell made out that these sounds were the familiar drum beats. "What are you doing, Cragg?" he asked. Cragg suspended his work and turned around.
"Beating on your heart, Maskell,"
was his grinning response. The cliff and Cragg vanished. Maskell saw Gangnet struggling in the air. But it was not Gangnet. It was Crystalman. He seemed to be trying to escape from the Muspel fire, which kept surrounding and licking him whichever way he turned. He was screaming. The fire caught him. He shrieked horribly. Maskell caught one glimpse of a vulgar, slobbering face, and then that too disappeared. He opened his eyes. The floating island was still faintly illuminated by Alpane. Cragg was standing by his side, but Gangnet was no longer there. "What is this ocean called?" asked Maskell, bringing out the words with difficulty.
"Surtur's Ocean."
Maskell nodded, and kept quiet for some time. He rested his face on his arm. "Where's Nightspore?" he asked suddenly. Cragg bent over him with a grave expression.
"You are Nightspore."
The dying man closed his eyes and smiled. Opening them again a few moments later, with an effort, he murmured, "Who are you?" Cragg maintained a gloomy silence. Shortly afterward, a frightful pang passed through Maskell's heart, and he died immediately. Cragg turned his head around.
"The night is really past at last, Nightspore. The day is here."
Nightspore gazed long and earnestly at Maskell's body. "Why was all this necessary?"
"Ask Crystalman," replied Cragg sternly. "His world is no joke. He has a strong clutch, but I have a stronger. Maskell was his, but Nightspore is mine."
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to Arcturus. Chapter 21 Muspel. The fog thickened so that the two suns wholly disappeared, and all grew as black as night. Nightspore could no longer see his companion. The water lapped gently against the side of the island raft.
"You say the night is past," said Nightspore, "but the night is still here. Am I dead or alive?"
"You are still in Crystalman's world, but you belong to it no more. We are approaching Muspel."
Nightspore felt a strong, silent throbbing of the air, a rhythmical pulsation in 4/4 time.
"There's the drumming," he exclaimed.
"Do you understand it, or have you forgotten?"
"I half understand it, but I'm all confused."
"It's evident Crystalman has dug his claws into you pretty deeply," said Cragg. "The sound comes from Muspel, but the rhythm is caused by its traveling through Crystalman's atmosphere. His nature is rhythm, as he loves to call it, or dull, deadly repetition, as I name it."
"I remember," said Nightspore, biting his nails in the dark. The throbbing became audible. It now sounded like a distant drum. A small patch of strange light in the far distance, straight ahead of them, began faintly to illuminate the floating island and the glassy sea around it.
"Do all men escape from that ghastly world, or only I and a few like me?" asked Nightspore.
"If all escaped, I shouldn't sweat, my friend. There's hard work and anguish and the risk of total death waiting for us yonder."
Nightspore's heart sank. "Have I not yet finished, then?"
"If you wish it, you have got through. But will you wish it?"
The drumming grew loud and painful. The light resolved itself into a tiny oblong of mysterious brightness in a huge wall of night. Cragg's grim and rock-like features were revealed.
"I can't face rebirth," said Nightspore. "The horror of death is nothing to it."
"You will choose."
"I can do nothing. Crystalman is too powerful. I barely escaped with my own soul."
"You are still stupid with earth fumes, and see nothing straight," said Cragg.
Nightspore made no reply, but seemed to be trying to recall something. The water around them was so still, colorless, and transparent that they scarcely seemed to be borne up by liquid matter at all. Maskell's corpse had disappeared. The drumming was now like the clanging of iron. The oblong patch of light grew much bigger. It burned, fierce and wild. The darkness above, below, and on either side of it began to shape itself into the semblance of a huge black wall, without bounds.
"Is that really a wall we are coming to?"
"You will soon find out. What you see is Muspel, and that light is the gate you have to enter."
Nightspore's heart beat wildly.
"Shall I remember?" he muttered.
"Yes, you'll remember."
"Accompany me, Cragg, or I shall be lost."
"There is nothing for me to do in there. I shall wait outside for you."
"You are returning to the struggle?" demanded Nightspore, gnawing his fingertips.
"Yes."
"I dare not."
The thunderous clangor of the rhythmical beats struck on his head like actual blows. The light glared so vividly that he was no longer able to look at it. It had the startling irregularity of continuous lightning, but it possessed this further peculiarity, that it seemed somehow to give out not actual light, but emotion, seen as light. They continued to approach the wall of darkness, straight toward the door. The glass-like water flowed right against it, its surface reaching up almost to the threshold. They could not speak any more. The noise was too deafening. In a few minutes they were before the gateway. Nightspore turned his back and hid his eyes in his two hands, but even then he was blinded by the light. So passionate were his feelings that his body seemed to enlarge itself. At every frightful beat of sound, He quivered violently. The entrance was doorless. Crag jumped onto the rocky platform and pulled Nightspore after him. Once through the gateway, the light vanished. The rhythmical sound, blows totally ceased. Nightspore dropped his hands. All was dark and quiet as an open tomb. But the air was filled with grim, burning passion, which was to light and sound what light itself is to opaque color. Nightspore pressed his hand to his heart. "I don't know if I can endure it," he said, looking toward Crag. He felt his person far more vividly and distinctly than if he had been able to see him.
"Go in and lose no time, Nightspore. Time here is more precious than on Earth. We can't squander the minutes. There are terrible and tragic affairs to attend to, which won't wait for us. Go in at once. Stop for nothing."
"Where shall I go to?" muttered Nightspore. "I have forgotten everything."
"Enter! Enter! There is only one way. You can't mistake it."
"Why do you bid me go in, if I am to come out again?"
"To have your wounds healed."
Almost before the words had left his mouth, Crag sprang back onto the island raft. Nightspore involuntarily started after him, but at once recovered himself and remained standing where he was. Crag was completely invisible. Everything outside was black night. The moment he had gone, a feeling shot up in Nightspore's heart like 1,000 trumpets. Straight in front of him, almost at his feet, was the lower end of a steep, narrow, circular flight of stone steps. There was no other way forward. He put his foot on the bottom stair, at the same time peering aloft. He saw nothing, yet as he proceeded upward every inch of the way was perceptible to his inner feelings. The staircase was cold, dismal, and deserted, but it seemed to him, in his exaltation of soul, like a ladder to heaven. After he had mounted a dozen steps or so, he paused to take breath. Each step was increasingly difficult to ascend. He felt as though he were carrying a heavy man on his shoulders. It struck a familiar chord in his mind. He went on, and 10 stairs higher up, came to a window set in a high embrasure. Onto this he clambered, and looked through. The window was a sort of glass, but he could see nothing. Coming to him, however, from the world outside, a disturbance of the atmosphere struck his senses, causing his blood to run cold. At one moment it resembled a low, mocking, vulgar laugh, traveling from the ends of the earth. At the next, it was like a rhythmical vibration of the air, the silent, continuous throbbing of some mighty engine. The two sensations were identical, yet different. They seemed to be related in the same manner as soul and body. After feeling them for a long time, Nightspore got down from the embrasure, and continued his ascent, having meanwhile grown very serious. The climbing became still more laborious, and he was forced to stop every 3rd or 4th step to rest his muscles and regain breath. When he had mounted another 20 stairs in this way, he came to a second window. Again he saw nothing. The laughing disturbance of the air, too, had ceased, but the atmospheric throb was now twice as distant as before, and its rhythm had become double. There were 2 separate pulses. One was in the time of a march, the other in the time of a waltz. The first was bitter and petrifying to feel, but the second was gay, enervating, and horrible. Nightspore spent little time at that window, for he felt that he was on the eve of a great discovery, and that something far more important awaited him higher up. He proceeded aloft. The ascent grew more and more exhausting, so much so that he had frequently to sit down, utterly crushed by his own dead weight. Still, he got to the 3rd window. He climbed into the embrasure. His feelings translated themselves into vision, and he saw a sight that caused him to turn pale. A gigantic, self-luminous sphere was hanging in the sky, occupying nearly the whole of it. This sphere was composed entirely of 2 kinds of active beings.
There were a myriad of tiny green corpuscles, varying in size from the very small to the almost indiscernible. They were not green, but he somehow saw them so. They were all striving in one direction, toward himself, toward Muspel, but were too feeble and miniature to make any headway. Their action produced the marching rhythm he had previously felt, but this rhythm was not intrinsic in the corpuscles themselves, but was a consequence of the obstruction they met with. And surrounding these atoms of life and light were far larger whirls of white light that gyrated hither and thither, carrying the green corpuscles with them wherever they desired. Their whirling motion was accompanied by the waltzing rhythm. It seemed to Nightspore that the green atoms were not only being danced about against their will, but were suffering excruciating shame and degradation in consequence. The larger ones were steadier than the extremely small. A few were even almost stationary, and one was advancing in the direction it wished to go. He turned his back to the window, buried his face in his hands, and searched in the dim recesses of his memory for an explanation of what he had just seen. Nothing came straight, but horror and wrath began to take possession of him. On his way upward to the next window, invisible fingers seemed to be squeezing his heart and twisting it about here and there. He never dreamed of turning back. His mood was so grim that he did not once permit himself to pause. Such was his physical distress by the time that he had clambered into the recess, that for several minutes he could see nothing at all. The world seemed to be spinning round him rapidly. When at last he looked, he saw the same sphere as before, but now all was changed on it. It was a world of rocks, minerals, water, plants, animals, and men. He saw the whole world at one view, yet everything was so magnified that he could distinguish the smallest details of life. In the interior of every individual, of every aggregate of individuals, of every chemical atom, he clearly perceived the presence of the green corpuscles. But according to the degree of dignity of the life form, they were fragmentary or comparatively large. In the crystal, for example, the green, imprisoned life was so minute as to be scarcely visible. In some men it was hardly bigger, but in other men and women it was 20 or 100 times greater. But, great or small, it played an important part in every individual. It appeared as if the whirls of white light, which were the individuals and plainly showed themselves beneath the enveloping bodies, were delighted with existence and wished only to enjoy it. But the green corpuscles were in a condition of eternal discontent, yet blind and not knowing which way to turn for liberation, kept changing form, as though breaking a new path by way of experiment. Whenever the old grotesque became metamorphosed into the new grotesque, it was in every case the direct work of the green atoms, trying to escape toward Muspel, but encountering immediate opposition. These subdivided sparks of living, fiery spirit were hopelessly imprisoned in a ghastly mush of soft pleasure. They were being effeminated and corrupted, that is to say, absorbed in the foul, sickly enveloping forms. Nightspore felt a sickening shame in his soul as he looked on at that spectacle. His exultation had long since vanished. He bit his nails and understood why Cragg was waiting for him below. He mounted slowly to the 5th window. The pressure of air against him was as strong as a full gale, divested of violence and irregularity, so that he was not for an instant suffered to relax his efforts. Nevertheless, not a breath stirred. Looking through the window, he was startled by a new sight. The sphere was still there, but between it and the Muspel world in which he was standing he perceived a dim, vast shadow, without any distinguishable shape, but somehow throwing out a scent of disgusting sweetness. Nightspore knew that it was Crystalman. A flood of fierce light, but it was not light, but passion, was streaming all the time from Muspel to the shadow and through it. When, however, it emerged on the other side, which was the sphere, the light was altered in character. It became split, as by a prism, into the two forms of life which he had previously seen, the green corpuscles and the whirls. What had been fiery spirit but a moment ago was now a disgusting mass of crawling, wriggling individuals, each whirl of pleasure-seeking will having, as nucleus, a fragmentary spark of living green fire. Nightspore recollected the back-rays of starkness, and it flashed across him with the certainty of truth that the green sparks were the back-rays, and the whirls the forward rays of Muspel. The former were trying desperately to return to their place of origin, but were overpowered by the brute force of the latter, which wished only to remain where they were. The individual whirls were jostling and fighting with, and even devouring each other. This created pain, but whatever pain they felt, it was always pleasure that they sought. Sometimes the green sparks were strong enough for a moment to move a little way in the direction of Muspel. The whirls would then accept the movement, not only without demur, but with pride and pleasure, as if it were their own handiwork. But they never saw beyond the shadow. They thought that they were traveling toward it. The instant the direct movement wearied them, as contrary to their whirling nature, they fell again to killing, dancing, and loving. Nightspore had a foreknowledge that the sixth window would prove to be the last. Nothing would have kept him from ascending to it, for he guessed that the nature of Crystal Man himself would there become manifest. Every step upward was like a bloody life-and-death struggle. The stairs nailed him to the ground. The air pressure caused blood to gush from his nose and ears. His head clanged like an iron bell. When he had fought his way up a dozen steps, he found himself suddenly at the top. The staircase terminated in a small, bare chamber of cold stone, possessing a single window. On the other side of the apartment, another short flight of stairs mounted through a trap, apparently to the roof of the building. Before ascending these stairs, Nightspore hastened to the window and stared out. The shadow form of Crystalman had drawn much closer to him and filled the whole sky, but it was not a shadow of darkness, but a bright shadow. It had neither shape nor color, yet in some way suggested the delicate tints of early morning. It was so nebulous that the sphere could be clearly distinguished through it. In extension, however, it was thick. The sweet smell emanating from it was strong, loathsome, and terrible. It seemed to spring from a sort of loose, mocking slime, inexpressibly vulgar and ignorant. The spirit stream from Muspel flashed with complexity and variety. It was not below individuality, but above it. It was not the one or the many, but something else far beyond either. It approached Crystalman, and entered his body, if that bright mist could be called a body. It passed right through him, and the passage caused him the most exquisite pleasure. The Muspel stream was Crystalman's food. The stream emerged from the other side onto the sphere in a double condition. Part of it reappeared intrinsically unaltered, but shivered into a million fragments. These were the green corpuscles. In passing through Crystalman, they had escaped absorption by reason of their extreme minuteness. The other part of the stream had not escaped. Its fire had been abstracted, its cement was withdrawn, and, after being fouled and softened by the horrible sweetness of the host, it broke into individuals, which were the whirls of living will. Nightspore shuddered. He comprehended at last how the whole world of will was doomed to eternal anguish, in order that one being might feel joy. Presently he set foot on the final flight leading to the roof, for he remembered vaguely that now only that remained. Halfway up he fainted, but when he recovered consciousness he persisted as though nothing had happened to him. As soon as his head was above the trap, breathing the free air, he had the same physical sensation as a man stepping out of water. He pulled his body up and stood expectantly on the stone-floored roof,
looking round for his first glimpse of Muspel. There was nothing. He was standing upon the top of a tower, measuring not above 15 feet each way. Darkness was all around him. He sat down on the stone parapet, with a sinking heart. A heavy foreboding possessed him. Suddenly, without seeing or hearing anything, he had the distinct impression that the darkness around him on all four sides was grinning. As soon as that happened, he understood that he was wholly surrounded by Crystalman's world, and that Muspel consisted of himself and the stone tower on which he was sitting. Fire flashed in his heart. Millions upon millions of grotesque, vulgar, ridiculous, sweetened individuals, once spirit, were calling out from their degradation and agony for salvation from Muspel. To answer that cry, there was only himself, and Crag waiting below, and Surtur. But where was Surtur? The truth forced itself on him in all its cold, brutal reality. Muspel was no all-powerful universe, tolerating from pure indifference the existence, side by side with it, of another false world which had no right to be. Muspel was fighting for its life, against all that is most shameful and frightful, against sin masquerading as eternal beauty, against baseness masquerading as nature, against the devil masquerading as God. Now he understood everything. The moral combat was no mock one, no Valhalla, where warriors are cut to pieces by day and feast by night, but a grim death struggle in which what is worse than death, namely spiritual death, inevitably awaited the vanquished of Muspel. By what means could he hold back from this horrible war? During those moments of anguish, all thoughts of self, the corruption of his life on earth, were scorched out of Nightspore's soul, perhaps not for the first time. After sitting a long time, he prepared to descend. Without warning, a strange, wailing cry swept over the face of the world. Starting in awful mystery, it ended with such a note of low and sordid mockery that he could not doubt for a moment whence it originated. It was the voice of Crystalman. Crag was waiting for him on the island raft. He threw a stern glance at Nightspore. "Have you seen everything?" "The struggle is hopeless," muttered Nightspore. "Did I not say I am the stronger?" "You may be the stronger, but he is the mightier." "I am the stronger and the mightier. Crystalman's empire is but a shadow on the face of Muspel, but nothing will be done without the bloodiest blows. What do you mean to do?" Nightspore looked at him strangely. "Are you not Surtur, Crag?" "Yes." "Yes," said Nightspore in a slow voice, without surprise. "But what is your name on Earth?" "It is Pain." "That, too, I must have known." He was silent for a few minutes. Then he stepped quietly onto the raft. Crag pushed off, and they proceeded into the darkness. The End of A Voyage to Arcturus by David Lindsay.